Hello, I think I'm here. Well, it says I'm live. Right. Well, I've had to put my microphone in a different place, so hopefully you can hear me okay. Hello, Mark. Is the sound okay? Hello, Mark. Is the sound okay? It's a bit strange because there's a delay on this. So, David, hello. Is the sound okay? I've had to put my microphone in a different place, so I'm hoping it's okay. Is the sound okay? I've had to put my microphone in a different place, so I'm hoping it's okay. It's very distracting because there's a delay on this. Turn this off. It's very distracting because there's a delay on this. Now everything is set up, so I should be able to bring people on. Right, there's an echo, so that's obviously coming. Let me turn this sound off. Hopefully that's fixed that now. I've got 12 people in already. Okay, Mark, see you in a bit. I'm going to try and stay on for quite a while because every time I end a stream, I have people joining from Australia and places like that, and they never get to join in. So we'll see how long I can go. Spencer, hello. So it's very hot and sticky here tonight. I've got my cold glass of Guinness. See how long that lasts. I've taken my pills so they can go away. Guinness and pills is probably not what the doctor prescribed, but we can make an exception. Right, so I thought we'll start by me showing you a few things that have arrived, and then we'll get into hopefully some of you showing me some of your things. Trevor, hello. You've got the white label 40 greatest. I still haven't seen one. I'm still looking for one. It'll turn up again eventually. Correct, Spence. Anything could happen. We'll see. I don't really drink that much. I've probably been drunk twice in my life, but I was a happy drunk, so you'll be okay. Right. Well, the first thing I'll show you. Now, this, of course, is my original Elvis Presley UK fan club badge from back in the 1970s. Now, the fan club has been revamped. Some new people have taken over. So they've come up with a new version of the badge. So I can wear both now. So the first record that's come in is this one, Country Music, Time Life. Now I showed a Time Life vinyl last time, thinking it was the only one. And people told me, no, there's at least 2 more. So the thing with these that's annoying is they're very cheap, because they're obviously very common in America, but then I have to get it shipped here. This one was sealed, but I've opened it. I don't leave things sealed. So I've got one more to find. Vincenzo, hopefully I've pronounced your name right. How many Elvis records do you have? That's a good question. I do have a database, but I'm not very good at keeping it up to date. The last time I did it properly, I was at about 1800. So that's albums, singles, EPs, and 78s. But I have added a lot since then. So I really do need to sit down and go through them all again and be a bit more disciplined with my collecting. Now, recently, David in Belgium showed an album that I've been looking for quite a while. And in the UK, it's always very expensive. There was one for sale for £80. But fortunately, David, Elvis Records in Japan, came to my rescue. He had a copy, which he let me have for 25. And as I'd already bought an album from him, he was able to ship it together. So I now have the Live in Dallas album, which was done by the Dutch fan club. Mal, hello. Julie, Sonia, that is Julie, hello. Now, as I sit here sweltering in a very hot and sticky July evening, what better time to buy a Christmas record? It's always time to buy a Christmas record. Now, you'll recognise the cover, but this is actually from Brazil. So, Memórias do Natal. And it comes with the calendar, which is in Brazilian. I actually picked that up quite a reasonable price. Ben, hello. Now, the next one, although I'd known about it for a long time, I'd never bothered to pick one up. But I thought, I saw this one for sale. So, Current Audio magazine. So the idea was that they would put out a monthly record, which was a bi-monthly record, which is on a vinyl disc. So this was issue 1. A company in New York had the idea, and on it they put Elvis's Madison Square Garden press conference. Now the record label is called Buddha, if I remember correctly. So of course, when RCA heard about this, they immediately went to court to get it stopped. And interestingly, the judge found that although RCA had the rights to Elvis's recorded performances, he found that a press conference is not a performance. And so this was a legally produced record. So if you're going to collect American Elvis records, you really need a copy. There were adverts to take out a yearly subscription. I hope nobody did, because I've never found an issue 2. They seem to have not done any more. My next edition is another Blue Hawaii. So you're going to ask how many I've got. I think this is number 46, but it's one of the strangest. It's a 10-inch album, Asia record. Sleeves the same back and front, but inside is a slip, if I can get the right side, which contains the lyrics for all the songs on the 10-inch album. That's quite impressive that they've squeezed them all onto a 10-inch album. I do wonder how it's going to sound. Now, what I like, because things like this do appeal to me, now, if I get the right side, let's see if you can see this. If I can get it in focus. It actually says Elvis Reslip in blue Hawaii. So the P is at the end of the name, Reslip, and Hawaii is Hawa. So it's Elvis Reslip in blue Hawaii, which maybe sounds right in, I believe it's Taiwanese. So one of the stranger blue Hawaiis. Not one I was aware of, so I wasn't even looking for it. I am going for the record of the most blue Hawaiis. My wife thinks it's a mental illness, and she might be right. Okay, so the last new arrival, if I can remember where I put it. So this is number 48 out of 50, the French 1971 singles. Ironically, it was the first one, and it's one of the last I've picked up. So there's 2 to get, and one of those is currently on its way from France. So I'm looking for one to complete the set of 50. So those were the arrivals. I'll put this back so it doesn't get lost. Now, whilst I was looking for something earlier, I came across a magazine, which some of you may have. A very important magazine. This came out in 1977. This isn't my original. My original is falling to pieces. It's in a bag. But I did buy another copy. My original is very important because it's one of the times my mum went into town. She came home and she said, "Oh, I saw this in W.H. Smith, so I bought it for you." And I was completely blown away by it. So for those that don't know, this is a US discography with extras like bootlegs, some foreign releases. And it was the first time that I had really seen all of these sleeves, because of course in the UK we didn't get picture sleeves. And I would sit on my bed and drool over these sleeves and imagine that one day I'm going to get them. But what you have to remember is, in the 1970s, living in a small town in England, the chances of getting hold of an American record were very remote. So it seemed like a bit of a pipe dream. I do now have all the US singles. It was very nicely done magazine. Not long after Elvis died, it came out. And of course, at the front were the Sun singles, and it was always my distant dream that one day I would own a Sun single. And of course, eventually it came true. So this was very important in my collecting. It sort of really opened up my horizons as to what was available. You can still pick it up. It's not expensive. They obviously printed a lot of them. So it's worth picking one up if you haven't got one. Now, this studio StreamYard, Adam helped me set it up, and we had a play with it. There's all sorts of things you can do on it. But of course, the important thing is you can have guests. Now, to come on, I need to send you a link. Now, I suppose I could just put it in the chat, but what I need is for people to come on one at a time. So if you want to come on and say hello and show something from your collection, you'll be very welcome. I'll understand if you don't want to. It's not for everyone. But just remember that everybody's here are Elvis fans and we're all friends. So who wants to try first? I don't know how much of a delay I've got here. Rob, hello. I should be wearing a scarf, shouldn't I, so I can mop the sweat. Because not only is it hot and sunny, I've got a light up here, which is shining on me. Let's see. Somebody trying to get hold of me. Mal, right. Now then. Let me see. Invite guest. Copy. So I'm going to put this in chat. Let's see if it works. Right, so if Mal clicks on that, in theory, she should go into what they call the back room where I can see him. And then I can add him into the studio. It all sounds very grand. So let's see if it actually works. Did everybody see the first opinions on the Elvis evolution that the fan club put up? Because there were some previews that a few people attended. They weren't allowed to give any details, but they gave their general impression, which appeared to be rather underwhelming. The message seemed to be lower your expectations. It still might be enjoyable, but you'll have to tell me because I'm not going to go. Aha, right, I can see you. So now I'm going to add you to the stream. Now hopefully everybody can see you.
Evening all.
Can't hear you.
Oh gosh, it's warm.
Your microphone doesn't seem to be working.
I've only got my iPad. I haven't got a separate microphone.
Can anybody hear Mal? Ah, you can hear him. So I wonder why I can't hear him.
I can see you, but I can't hear.
Oh, of course, I've got my
else.
sound turned off because it was echoing. What an idiot. Idiot here. Right. I don't have headphones, so this is going to be a bit more difficult. Let me. Right, I can hear you.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yeah, I can hear you and see you. I need to try to get the sound so it doesn't echo. So we'll see.
I've only got my iPad. I haven't got any extra equipment like mics or anything. So
Get the sound so it doesn't echo. So we'll see. The problem I've got is I've got a delay.
Right.
Which I can't work out how to get rid of it. The problem I've got is I've got a delay. So how's it going? Are you sweltering in the heat?
Yes, it's terribly warm at the moment.
Yeah.
It went a bit cool about an hour ago, but it just seems to be warming up again.
How can I get rid of this echo?
How is everyone? All right?
I need to try and work out how to get rid of this echo.
Echo.
Is the echo coming through to everybody?
You're clear at my end.
Yeah. Is the echo coming through? Let me see if I can. How can I do this? I don't have any headphones. That's the problem. How can I do this?
Mine are.
Wonder if I can shield the microphone in some way. I'll have to work this out. Probably get some headphones. Let me try moving the microphone. See if people can still hear me. Get some headphones. Let me try moving the microphone. Yeah, I need some earbuds or headphones. In fact, my wife might have some. I'll take over, introduce herself, and talk about something.
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me and see me. My name's obviously Mal Walsh. I've been an Elvis fan from the beginning. Started off in 1960. Went to see GI Blues, queued up around the block at the cinema in Liverpool to see it. And became an Elvis fan. I bought Stuck on You and GI Blues. And I started buying everything from then. And that's basically it. I can't believe that I'm 80 years young now. I'm still buying Elvis stuff. I can't believe it. You've got to keep going. Keep doing, keep going. I've just sold my vinyls about 20 years ago. And about 3 years ago, I've rebuilt my vinyl collection from scratch. Basically, sticking with the UK, every LP, almost every single and EP now. So I'm back to square one. I'm still days ago. So stuff all over again at my age. I can't believe it. Something like the new Bubble Bravo LP. I've just ordered from the by middle of August. I can't believe it's all this time since I was died. I went to Kuwait in 1990. I bet it's changed. Seems to have changed an awful lot since then. I'd like to go back again to see it, but age, health, and money I don't think I'll probably end up going back to see it now. I think I like to remember it as it was when I saw it. It was being commercialised when we went. He's found his headphones.
Got these, but I need to find a cable now.
All right. I think I've got some headphones somewhere. My computer packed up about 2 or 3 years ago, and I've not replaced it, so I have everything on my iPad now. Of course, I don't know if you guys are living in these hot countries. I don't know how you stick it. We're not used to this heat in the UK, so we're really struggling at the moment. But I suppose some of you, this sort of temperature is nothing. So I can't converse with anybody because I obviously can't see anybody, so just have to put all the meat rabbits in on. There it is. Oh. I was just saying that we're looking for this heat. There's loads of people out there. This is nothing to do with heat they get in some of the countries. I was just saying that.
Say something.
Hello. Are you all right? Is it clearer now?
I can hear you.
Right.
So the echo should be gone. Just means I've got to wear these
loud and clear here.
Annoying things.
That single that you're struggling to get, take good care of her. I take it the original was a USA import, was it, to the UK?
The one. Yeah, the one that was sold in the UK.
So it was an American import.
Yeah.
So it was pressed in the UK with very few.
Very few were pressed here.
Right.
Yeah.
I picked up I just started to rebuy my singles. I picked up a joint lot a couple of days ago, about 50 singles. Unfortunately, that wasn't in with them. I'll have to start looking for it now.
Right. Has the echo gone?
Yeah, fine my end.
Has the echo gone?
There's no echo here.
Right. Because I still get one in my ears now, so it's a bit confusing. But we'll get there. I'll sort it out.
I'll get my phones out next time, but
yeah,
we can find them.
So let's.
Does anybody else want to come in for a change?
I'm just going to have a look at catch up with what's been said.
Oh gosh.
Yep, somebody else wants to come in.
Right. Shall I shoot off and somebody else come in?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll,
nice to meet everybody, although I can't see you. See you next time.
Thanks, Ed. Yep.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Right, so I'll have to find out how I can get rid of the echo, so I don't have to wear these. Right, so I'll catch up with Rob. I went with 78-year-old dad for the first time last October. Tony, hello. Rob, very craftwork. Okay, so the echo's gone. I've still got the echo in my ear though, so it's going to be a little bit confusing for me, but we'll sort it out. This is the first time. Have I missed anybody's messages? Just checking back. Right, so it looks like we're up to date. For some reason, about 10 seconds afterwards, I get it in my ear, so it's a bit confusing. I'll ask Adam to sort it out. Right, Spencer's going to come on. So I'm assuming that the link is the same. So let's have a go. There you go. Click the link. It's a bit disjointed this time because this is the first time. So hopefully it'll become simpler once I work out this sound problem. Spencer's here.
Hello.
Hello, Spencer.
Are you able to hear me, Steve?
I can, yes.
Wow. Okay.
Getting there slowly.
Are we all good?
Yep.
All right. I just I got this recently. This is called Sun Rockabilly Meltdown.
Nice.
This has some Elvis tracks. Has the 78 RPM of Mystery Train. But mainly, I've been listening to this.
That's a great stack set.
Yes, the sound is very good. Really glad I was able to find that at a good price, and been listening to this quite a bit. It's called "Cut Me and I Bleed."
All right, I've not seen that.
Yeah, it's pretty much Elvis cursing through a bunch of different tracks. You know, has the "Wings of an Angel,"
Right.
has the X-rated version of "Hurt."
Yeah.
The speech from September of 1974 when he said he was going to break somebody's neck.
Right.
So that's very, very good disc if someone needs a laugh. That's very, very good disc. Contains explicit language that could offend people, it says. I personally like hearing the outtakes of Elvis cursing. It's something I had no idea about until my years down the road.
He was human, like all of us.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Is there quite a bit of funny moments in the Harem Scarum sessions, Steve?
No, not so much. But the teeny feet is good. I do like that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, that's pretty good.
David's got the same CD. Cut Me and I Bleed.
Yeah, I saw eBay's cracking down on CDs like that, and
Really?
my neighbor had tried to sell it on eBay, and eBay took it down.
Oh,
So
right.
he wound up selling it to me. So
yeah, I know Discogs one. You're not supposed to.
I've never used Discogs. I always use I've always used eBay.
Right.
But yeah, the stack set. I can't tell if are these on are these is the masters undubbed on this set?
On the stacks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you looking forward to Sunset Boulevard?
I am. I like TROUBLE.
Yeah.
The way they've done that, I thought that was good. And Burning Love with the wah wah guitar.
Yeah.
So hopefully it's going to be good.
I saw someone made a funny comment. It looks like the Legacy label is going to be just putting out stuff that FTD put out years later.
Well, possibly, but then at least fans who can't afford the FTDs will have a chance to buy more reasonably priced. Plus, they'll also pick out the highlights, because if you can't afford the FTDs, you don't want to pay for everything, but you'll get the best. So I've got no problem with that.
Do you think the Legacy label or MRS will put out books to compete with FTD?
I wouldn't think so. It's quite a big operation to put those together.
Yes, it is.
But you have got other people doing, haven't you? Like the Clambake book. So there are other people doing luxury. We don't need any more. It's too expensive already.
Is that Clambake book out, or is that still on pre-order?
It's still on pre-order. Yeah.
I might grab that. I might not. Are you going to grab it?
I haven't decided.
Yeah.
The trouble is, somebody gets it and shows us it, then I want it.
That's always the. I just watched I watched EAP Society do the complete Masters collection that came out in 2010. And that set is just super nice. Do you own that?
I don't have it.
Oh.
No.
I just have the 60 CD box, the album collection.
So Ben's just picked up his own copy of that. Have you got that, Spencer?
I don't. I think last year or the year before, I had bought a turntable and I tried getting into records, and I sold it. I sold the turntable, and then I got one last year, and I just now sold it again.
Right.
I think it's the convenience of the CD.
But it's worth picking up a copy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have one of those? Do you have one of those machines like Adam has that cleans the records?
Sorry? No, I don't. No. I watch a particular chap who I sort of used his advice on picking out my system. And somebody asked him about cleaning records, and he says, I never clean a record. He said, the most I'll do is wipe dust off, but other than that, I won't touch a record. So I like the idea of not having to do anything. Yeah.
That's what kind of scares people is, you worry about damaging the record. You worry about whether
he does hi-fi repairs. And he said he's had systems brought in where they complain that the needle's skipping on the records. And he said, time and time again, I find that there's cleaning fluid in the grooves, and it's built up over time.
Yeah.
So he said, do not clean them. Just give them a wipe, but don't clean them.
Yeah, I had always just wiped them with a microfiber cloth. Yeah. So that was your 47th copy of Blue Hawaii, 46?
47th. I'm aiming for 50.
You have to hold the record. I don't know any other person that would own.
Paul's got a lot. Paul's just joined the chat. He's got a lot of Blue Hawaiis.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I see a lot of people that Blue Hawaii is their favorite movie and soundtrack.
I know. As a kid, it was a film that was always on.
Yeah.
And we sat and watched it and enjoyed it. And it's got lots of songs in it. Very colourful. So.
Yeah, that's what got me into Elvis was singing Hawaiian Wedding Song when I was 6 years old.
Rob asks if they're 47 vinyls. They are indeed.
Yeah.
Tom's got around 40.
Wow.
I suppose Blue Hawaii was so big that there are lots and lots of different versions of it. I think you'd struggle to find 40 copies of Speedway or Clambake.
Yeah.
So,
have you found that the soundtracks has the most variations from other countries that can get into the 30s and 40s?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So Paul won't have seen my latest Blue Hawaii. It's a 10-inch from Taiwan. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, I mean, if you were in a record shop, would you even know it was Blue Hawaii by looking at the cover?
No.
No.
No, the only clue is there's a printed lyric sheet.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But what impresses me is they've got all 14 tracks on a 10-inch. I do wonder how it's going to sound.
Oh, so you have not played it yet?
No. I'm not sure if I want to play it.
Was it semi recently or last year when you upgraded your system?
I didn't have a system.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I got rid of my record player in 1999 when I moved to Finland. So after that, I just played CD. So this was all new.
So are you pretty happy with the system you have now?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Paul uses Asda glass cleaner on his records and a microcloth. And he's got 43 Blue Hawaiis.
Wow.
It's catching me up. Rob, probably more on other formats. Yeah, I've got CDs and cassettes. I wouldn't mind a reel-to-reel of it, but they're quite expensive because they didn't have to take off in this country, so they'd have to come from America.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad I can watch guys like you and David from Elvis Presley in Japan and see, what was popular over there, what releases came out over there. Because I just got done looking through that Paul Dowling book of all the different covers of Elvis releases, and I think it was Easy Come Easy Go that in some other part of the world it was Come See USA the Elvis Way.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Very rare.
Yeah.
Paul asked, what's your favourite pressing of Blue Hawaii? Oh dear. What would be my favourite one? That's very difficult. When it gets to 47, I can't actually remember them all straight off.
I've always heard really good things about the MoFi one, the mobile.
Oh yeah, that's really good. The sound on that is fantastic.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to get those to be the playing copies. I don't want to play these, but if I can get a MoFi or a really good pressing of it, that's what I will play.
Yeah.
Tom, last time I listened to Blue Hawaii, it dawned on me Elvis may have been doing a bit of Dean Martin on Moonlight Swim. I could picture Dean doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite song on Blue Hawaii is Moonlight Swim. I really like that song.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're the one that made me go back and listen for that guitar work on Ito Eats.
Ito Eats. That guitar work was too good for the song. It should have been on a better song. I think one of the first songs I really got into was No More because it appeared on a Camden.
Yeah.
So I knew it from a Camden before I knew it from Blue Hawaii. Yeah.
And I think you were on the forum when you said who was the person who played maracas on Wild in the Country.
Yeah.
And I looked too the other day. I was rewatching the stand-up show and the person that was playing the flute on "Don't Be Cruel and Love Me Tender." I was thinking, who is that person? And I looked through my session books, and everyone else is named except the flute player. They're protecting their identity.
Their moment of glory, and it's lost.
Here's my opportunity to play the flute on "Don't Be Cruel."
Yeah, Tom's agreeing that MoFi is the best. Paul says MoFi sounds like a CD. It certainly does.
Yeah, now I think MoFi did a CD release, but I think it was only a Super Audio CD, right?
They do, yeah. I've got some, but I haven't got anything to play it on.
Yeah,
Play it on an ordinary CD player. So
yeah, that's what I was looking up, if I could play a Super Audio CD on a regular CD player. I've read that there's not much difference between a regular CD and a Super Audio CD.
I do wonder. Yeah.
Are they hard to find? They don't make them no more. I imagine a Super Audio CD player. Do they still make? They're still being manufactured.
I've not actually looked. I've not looked.
Yeah, neither have I. Well, I imagine I'll give someone else time if they want to hop on.
Yep. Okay. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much, Steve. It was an honor. Really love your channel.
No problem. Thank you.
I can't wait for more. All right. See you later.
Yep. Okay. Thanks, Em. Thank you. Right. Who's next for the chopping block? Come on, Paul. So we've got 17 people, and 16 of them want to see Paul. What's funny on here, because Paul wouldn't have seen it, on the label it says Elvis Reslip. They've taken the P from the front of the name, put it at the end, and they've spelt Blue Hawaii without any I's. So it's Elvis Reslip Blue Hawaii, which may be how it's pronounced. Tom, I confess I have the SA CD as well, and it sounds great. They're still made in limited numbers. I think the difference is negligible, at least on my equipment. All right. I have got some, but never tried to play them. I don't think they would work on my old... I should get a new CD player for my system. I'm sure my wife would understand. Oh, no way I'm sat outside with a glass of wine. I've got my glass of, God, I've forgotten what it's called, Guinness. How can you forget Guinness? So I've recently been looking at the album that we call Fool. Of course, that's not its title. It's called Elvis. And on the Elvis forum, we're going to do a video on the album, have a look at it, the various versions of it. But I also want to look at how it could have been much better, because it was a massive wasted opportunity by RCA. Aloha from Hawaii had been a massive worldwide hit, so there was some momentum. And then they brought out what is a pretty mixed bunch of songs that don't really make sense as an album, not to me anyway. And it didn't do very well. And I think they could have put out a different album to appeal to the general public, to try and draw them in. So we'll look at improving the album. What do people think of it? The album we call Fool. I did come across a picture. See if I can work out how to do this. Of the album cover that was supposed to be released. Adam, hello. You've sneaked away from the party for a couple of minutes. So that's the album cover that was supposed to be released. But they decided that Elvis Fool wasn't a good look. The copy of the cover was sold at auction, which is where I found the picture. What do you think? Should they have left the cover? Elvis, you fool. Paul, the album's a stunning cover, great songs, but wasn't really commercial. That's my point. They should have released an album that was commercial so it would appeal to the wider public. There probably was an audience there because of Helloa, but there was nothing there really to attract the general public. They know the fans are going to buy it, but albums become massive when the general public starts buying it. But there was nothing there for them to latch onto. So I think by using a different track selection, it might have done a lot better. Adrian, hello. Tom, I always really liked the album as well. Glad they didn't use Fool as the title. I can see why they didn't. Elvis Fool. But they would have got round that by not putting his name above it, surely. Then I suppose you just have Fool. Yeah, it is a problem. Now, my idea is I would have called the album Where Do I Go From Here? Helloa's just happened. What's next? Where Do I Go From Here? I think would have been a far better title for the album. What do you reckon? Feel free to disagree. Ben, I like the Fool album a lot. I still enjoy playing it, but I wish they'd made more of it. Madness in the UK, they didn't release it. It's only there as a single. Absolutely. Tom, although we call it Fool anyway, this is true, we do call it Fool. Man, if only we had studio shots. Yes, they did overdo the jumpsuit look. I have been playing around with what I would have done for the album cover. I would have called the album Where Do I Go From Here? So, get rid of that. So I was just having a quick play around to see what you could come up with, because I wanted a picture from the right period. So I came up something modern for the time and something to attract attention. So I came up with this. So that the title makes sense. What do you think? Would that work? A very different look to his albums, but although it's just happened, a huge success. So it's okay. Where do I go from here? A very modern sort of look. An interesting photograph. Okay, so Mal's placed his order. So then thinking about the songs that should have appeared on it, I think where they made the mistake is they should have selected some songs that the public would be aware of. So I would have opened the album with the studio version of Burning Love. Burning Love had been a hit single. All right, it was available on a Camden, but the vast majority of the general public wouldn't buy a Camden. So I would have opened it with the studio version of Burning Love. Tom, it's jarring because it's different. That's what I was going for. Something to attract the public. It's so different that it draws your attention. David likes it. Ben, yep, the picture would have intrigued people. That's what I was thinking. I wanted something totally unexpected from Elvis. It's sort of got, it isn't the comfort zone. They're so used to seeing Elvis in a concert jumpsuit. To them, it's, oh yeah, that's Elvis, yeah, whatever. But this would have shaken things up. So, Tom, Elvis the person, not performer, exactly. Julie's going. Thank you for coming in. See you next time. Trevor, the only problem is the girl on the bike got killed in the car crash. Well, that's sad. We could say it's a tribute to her as well. We probably have to ask the family. I would think they would be happy for the cover to be used. You could put something on the cover in memory of her. I didn't actually know that. Of course, you've got the two people in the car. They will probably be shocked when they saw the cover. That'll be their boast for the rest of their life. I'm on the cover of an Elvis album. So then, what tracks should be on there? So, as I said, I was trying to think what might grab the general public. Now, I think back to an incident when I bought the Promised Land album and my dad saw it and he looked at the song list and he said, "Why did you buy this? There's none of his hits on it." My dad was a Yorkshireman. But a lot of the general public are like that. Paul, let's be honest, 69-72 was an incredible time. It's downhill after that. Yeah, I can see there's 69-72 was a peak. But yeah, he should have been touring the world. Tom's retiring in 2 weeks. And then he's going to start his own channel. Fantastic. Let me know when it starts. So, Tom, do you want to come on? A little practice. So Julie's off and she'll watch the rest tomorrow. Have a good evening, Julie. Thank you for coming on. If you want to come on, Tom, and just say hello, a little practice of being on. So what tracks would I put on this album? So I've had to think about this. I thought it's got to be a really strong album with no dud tracks on it. And there's got to be a selection of songs that the public will be at least aware of. So I've actually ended up with only 2 songs from the full album staying on it. Then they can be used on another album. So this is what I've come up with. So we kick off with Burning Love and It's Only Love. In the reviews of the full album, time and time again, people said there's no rock on it. So we kick off with Burning Love and It's Only Love. Then we've got Always On My Mind, which of course has been a single. Then we go to Don't Think Twice, so we've got some Dylan. It's a great performance. And then we end side A with I'm Leaving, which is just, for me, it's just pure class, that song. And it's a haunting song, and it's something not expected of Elvis by the public. Side B, The Sound of Your Cry, classic, brilliant song. A Matter of Time from the single. Separate Ways, again from the single. For the Good Times, a song they might be aware of, but not by Elvis. And then we end with Where Do I Go From Here? So what do you think? I think the general public would be more likely to look at this and think, oh, I'll buy that because I know some of these songs. and I think it's a strong list of songs. Would anybody change anything? Kerry, hello. So what do you think? Right, Tom's going to come on. I'll put a link in the chat and you just press on the link. So that's my my album that would have come out instead of Fool. I'll just show Kerry the front of the cover, the front cover of the album that I came up with, because he wouldn't have seen it. So this is my front cover. A very different, bold-looking album cover. Right, so I'm going to send Tom the link. So I'll take that down. Yes, Tom, I think it would have been a really strong album. Because even though it's got the singles on, they'd only been available on Camden's. They'd have been rightfully available on a good album. Exactly, Paul. They wasted those singles on Camden's. I think so, Kerry. I think it would have worked really well. Right, so Tom, click on the link. Make sure you've combed your hair. So I can say that this is a world premiere for Tom Murray, who will be starting his own Elvis channel when he retires. Right, Tom, I can see your entry, but it says devices not connected. They will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them. Have you got your camera and microphone turned on? What are you using, Tom? And of course, they wasted Burning Love on Elvis sings Burning Love and Hits from the Movies. It was a bizarre decision. I don't know if Tom can still hear me. Kerry, any new Elvis buy? Yeah, I showed them at the beginning. I will show them again because more people are sort of coming in and out all the time. So I'll keep an eye to see if Tom sorts out his camera. Tom, my camera's hooked up, but I don't know what the issue is. So is your camera operating? What are you using? What you on a PC? If you go to your camera so that you can see yourself on the screen to check it's actually working, then I should be able to see you. So turn it on as though you're going to use it, and just test it yourself. On desktop cameras working fine. We're going to appoint Spencer, our technologist. Right. I'll cancel you from this. So you can see that your camera's on. So let me try and send the link again. Let's see. Right. Okay, we'll try again. So for Kerry, this is my 47th copy of Blue Hawaii, a 10-inch album from Taiwan. So there is a printed lyric sheet inside. And it's got a fantastic label where they've misspelt things. So it actually says Elvis Reslip. The P has gone from the front of the name to the back. And they've left the I's out of Hawaii. So it's Elvis Reslip Blue Hawaii, which I love. But they've managed to get all the songs on a 10-inch album. So, Tom, I can see you. Right, let's welcome Tom. Get you on the air. Now, can we hear you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Very good.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Same here.
So, 2 weeks, the grand premiere of your channel.
I'm sorry, I had to turn off the other window because I was getting like feedback.
Right. I got to work out, because everybody does these, they don't have this problem. So obviously there's a way around it. So yes, I'll have to find out.
Nice to finally talk to you.
You too.
I'm not in my music room, so.
A sleepy cat in the background.
Oh yeah, that's Daisy.
Daisy.
Yeah, so I'm anxious really to start because I watch all of you guys, and it seems like I usually have something to say. So
yeah, this is what I say. People say to me, "I haven't got a very good collection," and I say to them, "You have no doubt got something interesting that I don't have. We've all got something interesting, but we're so used to our own collections that we don't sort of see it anymore."
Yeah, no, I agree totally. I don't mind seeing the same things over and over again. You know, and as long as there's some excitement regarding the music and
yep.
But yeah, I'm not in my music room. You can probably see I also collect cameras, which is another problem. But yeah, watching your channel, unfortunately, has cost me a lot of money.
You're not the first person to say that. But I've had the same thing watching other people. I've seen things and said, "Oh, I like that."
Yeah. I'm almost afraid to click on some of the videos because
yeah,
I know it's like, okay, I got to get that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never thought I would have had 40 of Blue Hawaii, but it just snowballs, you know.
So David says hello, Tom. Mal says hello, Tom. Paul says Tom seems a natural. So there you go.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I got started watching. I think the first couple guys I watched were Ed, King's Court.
Yeah, I think a lot of people started with Ed.
And Mark.
Mark, yeah.
Mark seems like the kind of guy. Well, Ed's a fellow New Yorker, so I got to have a connection with that. But Mark always seemed to me like the kind of guy I would like as a next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Well, all of you are actually, because there's not. I guess it's probably the U.S., but there's not too many of us Elvis fans around.
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. I really have no one that there is no one that I know personally who is a collector, like in the area or anything. Even the shops really don't have much in them as far as I don't know where the records are.
Yeah,
People are probably selling them on eBay, But
yeah, it's difficult, but because we're obsessed with Elvis, so he's in our life every day, all the time. And of course, for most people, he's not. And it's easy to forget that sometimes.
Yeah, I was earlier this morning. I watched "Collecting the King" video. He Robert does a nice show, and this time he was talking about really where people go after they have all the basics, and it was kind of interesting because you have things like misprinted labels and such things, which I don't necessarily have an interest in, but I wouldn't discourage anyone from collecting anything. One thing I would ask you, Steve, is there something that you don't collect? Or
I have no interest in rigid vinyl and flexible vinyl. I don't care.
Yes, it's funny. I'm never going to say never to anything, but so far the rigid vinyl, and I am not big. I have some picture discs, but they're not my thing for whatever reason. I don't know why they don't appeal to me, but there are plenty of things that I collect that I am sure other people don't touch. So
that's it. Yeah, I mean, I've got cassettes. A lot of people don't collect cassettes.
Yes, I don't have any tapes. I only had a few cassettes back in the day because I always made my own.
Right.
The one thing that I did have that I don't anymore, way back when in the early 70s, there were about, I don't know, 5 or 6 albums that were no longer in the catalog, but you could get some of them on 8-track. So I bought an 8-track player, and I had Spin Out and Double Trouble on 8-track.
Yeah.
And I still have the covers, but I don't have the tapes. I don't know what happened to them. But I like the look of reel-to-reel tapes, but
they're expensive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I will get one just to have an example. So
yeah,
it should be blue or white.
As you often said, the problem is you get one and it's like, oh boy, this one looks lonely here.
Yeah, that's the collecting bug that we all have, isn't it?
Yeah. One thing, like another thing in line with what Robert was saying on his is like I collect the singles and the EPs as you do, and I put together the first set of the US EPs. There's only I think 34 or something like that, and once I finish with that, I'm like, well, gee, maybe I should start looking for the orange labels. So I did that, and then there's the intermediary with the dog on the side.
Yeah,
and
we have the problem in the UK that for a very short period they used a small orange label, and then they switched to a larger orange label and repressed everything with the larger orange label as well.
Okay.
So now you have to collect two.
That's a little bit like the rigid and the flex line in the US. But for the most part, the rigid vinyls from before 77 are an earlier pressing, so I can see somebody justifying in their mind, but I haven't gone that far yet. But I never
David's
said
just started collecting cassettes, so he's got 3. Spencer, I look forward to your channel when you create it, Tom. You already talk better on camera than me. No one can do a worse job than me. Come on.
Who was that?
Spencer.
Oh, I enjoy your channel, Spencer.
Absolutely. nobody should be criticised for having a go, because not everybody can have a go.
Yeah, I think one thing that sometimes it sort of it makes me hesitant is I see a channel like Scotty's, and it's like, oh boy, I'm never going to be able to make videos like that.
No.
But you know, I don't mind people who do it on their cell phone or something like that. You know, I just want to see what people have, and
yeah. But you can learn. I mean, when I first started, I didn't have a clue about editing. But over time, I've taught myself now I can overlay sound, I can put in video, I can do various simple things. Right. It's nice to just add these things in now and then. But I wouldn't ever go overboard with it, because then it takes over. So yeah. I'm happy with what I can do.
With your channel, it was when I first started watching, I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know that there were, I saw so many things that I just had no idea they existed. And so it was very interesting, and it definitely expanded.
What I find interesting, because, you know, my world was UK releases.
Right.
And then you would occasionally see an American release. But to discover all these releases from around the world with different covers and different, you know.
It's funny. I would think of all countries, I'm probably UK. I have comparatively few. I don't know what it has to do with. Maybe it's the fact that, you know, being in the United States, when I look on eBay, I will look for first and foremost, I look for things that are being sold over here because of the shipping.
Yeah.
And I find a lot of Australian, and I've got quite a few Japanese now.
They're becoming a lot easier to find, Japanese records.
Some really nice ones that I got from David.
Adrian from Adrian's EP Review says, good luck with your channel, Tom.
Oh, thank you. Maybe this will give me a motivation to
everybody's waiting.
I'll have to set it up in my music room. I don't call it an Elvis room because I'm not really into collecting pictures too much. Or I have a couple figurines, and I do have some pictures and things, but I also have a wide taste in music. So, but
yeah, I've got other things.
My other, you know, the Elvis is like this, and the other ones are like, you know, that much.
Yeah.
I have a lot on digital too,
right.
So that keeps me happy. But it's it's a compulsion.
Kerry says, do you have any thoughts on why RCA are just releasing one box set a year, not counting FTDs?
I think I'm thankful.
Yeah, it is expensive.
That thing with the coming music on vinyl releases, that I was like, oh, you know, we have communicated about the music on vinyl. I think you have them all now, and I'm
still missing 2, I think.
Oh, okay. But, and I just need one more.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, they're releasing 15 of them again. And I
was very disappointed with that.
Yeah.
There are so many albums they haven't done.
Right.
We don't need them to keep redoing these.
Yeah, I'm sure it probably has something to do with licensing or something.
Yeah.
But
it's a shame.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I will admit that I said I'm not going to buy these things, and then I heard that you know, the 500 copy versions were limited to Europe, and I went on the Music on Vinyl website, and I tried to put the 3 in my cart, and I can tell you, I am pretty darn sure if they had landed in the cart, I would have hit. I would have bought them, but
that's strange.
Yeah, it's hard to justify. Yeah, it's some kind of licensing
right
thing. And then you see, oh God, there's just 500 of them. You know, I
Yeah.
gotta have one of those.
We fall for it every time.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Spencer really enjoys Adrian's channel.
Yeah, that's
100% pure Elvis. Mark, hi Tom, good to see you. So Mark's in.
Oh, that's smart, Mark.
And I'm sure we can get Mark to come on as well.
Oh, that would be cool. I don't know if you were on earlier, Mark, but I said, gee, Mark is the kind of guy I'd like for my next door neighbor. Our wives wouldn't like that. I guarantee you. So what else is there? There's a new MRS coming too, right?
There's always a new MRS coming.
Well, that's true.
It's insane, their release schedule. Oh dear. I keep saying I'm going to cut back for a while, and then I go and order 5 new albums. I can't.
I've actually been.
I'm an addict.
I have been successful, and due to my impending retirement, I'm going to have to scale it back a bit. But it's hard because I check eBay and Discogs.
Yeah, but when I retire, I've got quite a good pension, so I'll get a lump sum, and I keep thinking to myself, should I buy a mono Speedway?
I actually didn't think I would ever buy that one, but I actually did get a copy a little while
back.
So I was like,
right.
What I did when I wanted Gold Records 4, initially what I did was I bought the Canadian pressing, which boy, it looks exactly like the USA pressing in every way except it's got a maple leaf. But I eventually got the US pressing too.
When I first was sort of seeing myself as collecting, it was a bit confusing because things like over here, Moody Blue was black vinyl. And everybody kept saying, oh, have you got the rare black vinyl? And I'm thinking, well, they were all black.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I eventually got an American. Well, I got the 2 black American vinyls. But like we had mono into what? Elvis in Memphis? From Elvis in Memphis?
Right.
We had mono still then.
Mm-hmm.
So we're always a bit behind.
That was the UK Speedway mono I bought.
Yeah.
Thinking it would make me happy. I think nothing makes us happy until we get the next thing.
Yeah.
and we're happy for a little while.
Spencer says, I see stuff on other channels and I've got to have it.
That's it. That is it.
Do you have a Sun record?
That I don't.
You don't?
And I want one that they're so expensive. Once in a while, I've seen some where I said, shoot, I could have bought that. But because I'm not a person who is dead set on having it, super mid or anything like that. I figured if I was, I would never be able to collect what I wanted. So that doesn't matter to me too much. The other channel, which is great when we're talking about condition, is Christian's beat up Elvis. I love that.
It's funny. Yeah.
And the stuff he finds, maybe it's because he's down south, but the stuff he finds is great. I would never find that stuff up here in the Northeast.
Yeah. Well, that's the dream, isn't it? To walk into a junk shop and see a stack of records, and there's a Sun.
Yeah, right.
In the stack.
I bet there's one somewhere.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
I'm not going to find it. But after I retire, my eldest son and I are going to head down to Memphis and go.
Have you been before?
No. And I try not to listen to the videos too much. Who say, "Well, it's not like it was, and it's more like Disney now." And so I'm going there expecting that. I've looked at the packages and everything, and it's nothing's cheap anymore. So
No, but I'm sure it'll still blow you away. Just to stand in that house.
oh
and,
gosh, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So I figured we would go to Memphis and Tupelo, and I was actually even thinking, I don't know if you watch his channel, his what do you call it? Danny Smith, who is Danny Smith, who he's the son of Billy Smith.
Oh yeah. Elvis Fans Matter, something like that.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and I was thinking of getting in touch with him because he says he likes to meet up with fans, and he's down in that area. So I figured I might try to get in touch with him and see if he'd like to meet up. He's got some good stories.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having grown up in Graceland. I mean, and especially because he's about the same age as I am.
Yeah.
And oh God, to be down there at that time.
What we forget, of course, is to him it would have been completely normal.
Oh,
he wouldn't have seen it as anything unusual because it was normal. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Spencer, everyone calls MRS the poor man's FTD. They're more affordable. That's the good thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want the songs from the FTDs, there's the number of bootleg CDs. I mean, of so many different kinds. And a couple of years ago, I was buying some of them, and then I'm like, oh, I mean, this is ridiculous. Some of them are very cheaply put together. The thing I can say about MRS is they always do a nice package.
They do, yeah. They do.
When they put them in stereo and so forth, you are getting a little something extra for the value.
I have actually seen on eBay occasionally DVDs with huge amounts of FTD copied onto them. So you can pretty much buy every FTD ever released on cheap discs if you wanted to.
Yeah, I've seen those too. I mean, that's I don't know. Maybe Sony doesn't go after people like that because the FTDs, they have a limited audience, and once they sell out, I don't know if they don't worry about it, but it looks to me like in Europe it's a free for all as far as the
law's different, isn't it? It's
the public domain releases and so forth.
Yeah. I was thinking with Kerry's question about why they're only doing one box. Of course, what they've got is finite. So maybe they're thinking about that. If they release multiple sets every year, they're going to run out pretty quickly.
Oh, gosh, yeah, that's a good point.
So maybe they're trying to make it last.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually we'll have every complete session ever done.
Yeah, and every burp and whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if you think, apart from maybe the Beatles, is there any other artist that people would want every moment that they put onto a tape they would want?
I can't think of one.
There is.
At least not in the numbers for Elvis and the Beatles. I like the Beatles. I didn't get into collecting it all, thank God.
Yeah. We'll just see if anybody else.
When we're doing this, I can't see the conversation. Is it?
No, I'm not sure.
Wait, no, yeah, I can. All of a sudden, I just had to click on something else. All right.
If it's possible.
Yeah, it's here.
I'll check with Adam because Adam's the one that helped me set this up. He seems to know the ins and outs. I'll ask him if it's possible.
Yeah, no, I found it.
You've got it? Ah, right.
Yeah.
Right, I didn't know. There are various things. This is StreamYard's the program,
Yeah, I see that.
which you can do all sorts of things with it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me. So you can bring up comments, and like I say, you can show video, you can insert pictures, you can do various things.
I would
You
love to
can
see.
put a banner on, but I did try out some joke banners, but we'll leave that for now. I must sort out this headphone thing. I don't know why it echoes.
Oh, I'm obviously just listening through the computer, and I'm not having any problems.
Right. So something in what I've got set up is causing it. Because I'm getting an echo in here, which is making it. I have to really concentrate.
Do you have two windows open? Do you have a YouTube window open and a StreamYard?
No, just
That's when I was getting echoes.
right.
When I had the two of them.
Oh, let me check. Because sometimes I minimize things and forget they're there. There is. Hold on. Okay, now try.
Hello.
Hey, you solved it.
Yeah, look at that.
It was that simple.
Yep. Did it by accident too.
Yeah, excellent. That solved that then. So there you go, everybody watching. We've learned something there.
Right.
Tom the teacher.
If they don't touch the 70s until the 60s is done, we'll be in the 60s for the next 12 years.
12 years, yeah. I don't know if I've got 12 years.
I remember a few days after Elvis had passed away, they had interviewed someone at RCA, and they said, well, we have enough material that we can release things for the next 20 years. And I mean, they didn't even start FTD until 20 years later.
No.
So I can't imagine what they would have, like what FTD, aside from concerts, what other ideas they have in mind.
I wish somebody at RCA had the idea early on to offer to build him a studio at Graceland.
Yeah.
Because then he could have just sat there and recorded whatever he wanted to record.
He would have done more. Absolutely.
It's a shame.
Well, I don't want to be taking over your channel, so.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on. We all look forward to seeing your channel.
Okay, and it was a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Speaking with you.
You too.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks, then. Bye.
Bye.
Right, so who's next? Mark, do you want to come on? If you're still there. Make your debut. Okay, for those that didn't see at the start, I showed you the 10-inch Blue Hawaii from Taiwan. Then we've got the current audio magazine, which of course had the 72 Madison Square Press Garden Conference on it, which is something I've wanted for a while, and I finally did it. Something I didn't know I wanted until it appeared. Memorias de Natal. So this is Brazilian. And it even has a Brazilian calendar, which is nice. And the Elvis Live in Dallas, which was an RCA special product for the Dutch fan club. And Elvis Country from Time Life. So I need to find one more Time Life album and 2 Time Life CDs, and I'll have all of them. So Adrian's going. Thanks for popping in. You could come on if you want, say hello. So did Mark leave? I've noticed recently some new films. They've used an Elvis track in the soundtrack. Okay, Adrian, thanks for coming in. And the latest one is this very stupid film, Heads of State, which has the US President and the British Prime Minister surviving the shooting down of I've forgotten the name of the aircraft, the President's aeroplane, and going on an adventure together. A very silly film, but it's fun. But the climax is a fight with the big baddie, and over the fight, Elvis is singing Can't Help Falling in Love. The entire song. Very odd. Nice that he's involved. And then there was a horror film recently that used Burning Love. Air Force One. My brain's going. Thanks, Paul. Time and time again lately, I'm trying to think of a name that I know, and it just won't come into my head. Getting old. And melting. It's not getting any cooler yet. So I've been wanting to add to my magnet collection, but the ones I'm finding are bigger. Oh dear. The people who did these, they seem to have stopped. And there are some missing. Now I did find out where you can buy these kits. So then it would just be a matter of printing out the album sleeves at the right size. So I might do that. Oh, we've got a visitor. Hello, Johnson. You come to say hello? Ow. You're noisy, ain't you? What do you want? What do you want? She either wants food or she wants me to let her out the front. Paul's been watering the grass. Oh, that's not a euphemism. David, Lilo and Stitch has a lot of Elvis songs in it. Even a Blue Hawaii album. Nice. I'm going to have to let the cat out. Does anybody want to come on and hold the fort while I let the cat out? David? Do you want to come on and say hello? All right. Typical woman. Very insistent. Let me let me see if I can put this up. Kerry's got the original soundtrack from the first movie. Now, as an Elvis fan, should I buy that? All right, I'm going to have to let her out. Mark, hello, welcome back. Okay, everybody hold on. The cat demands that I let her out. I shall be back. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. Come on then. Come on then. Right. She wanted to go out the front. Last night I was out the back looking for the cat. She likes to hide in the bushes when it's hot. I couldn't find her anywhere. And I walked down to the bottom of the garden. And there she was, curled up asleep in a large pot. So she finds the most strangest places to settle down. So I didn't disturb her, I left her there. Right, Tom would like to sit in this room for an hour. Ooh. Then you'd see how messy it is down here. You have to position your camera just right to avoid all the mess. Steve, hello. Talking of films, where do I go from here? It's featured in Clint Eastwood's Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. Wow. I wonder if that prompted Elvis to record the song. That's interesting. Because we know you like Clint Eastwood. They actually spent some time together. Practice quick draw. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot. I don't think I know that film. I'll have to look it up. Paul, hello. Just caught the live stream. What have I missed? What has he missed, everybody? Oh, you've missed incredible things. Things that can never be repeated. What happens on the live stream stays on the live stream. I showed what I've had recently, and then guests have come on and introduced themselves. So if anybody else wants to come on and say hello. Tom has 6 cats, blimey. One's demanding enough. She picked us. She decided one day she was going to move in. Wow, see, Paradise Hawaiian Style is out on Blu-ray from Australia. It is. I would think that the Elvis Shop London will probably import it, I would think. Will it play on our players? I'm never sure about these things. I'm very keen to get the Paradise Hawaiian Style sessions, because from what you hear, Elvis was in a very funny mood and really enjoying himself. Kerry, has anybody pre-ordered the new Elvis Hollywood Boulevard box set? Elvis Hollywood Boulevard box set. Let me have a look. That's not ringing a bell. Oh, Sunset Boulevard. Is that what you mean? Spencer, I've seen a Dennis Quaid movie recently, The Rookie, that has Elvis singing Run On it. Oh, right. We need to compile a list of movies that contain an Elvis song. Oh, yes, it's B-rated. Ben, I'd like to pop on next time. Yeah, of course. Anytime I do a live stream in future, if anybody wants to come on and say hello or show us something, you're more than welcome. Hopefully encourage other people to start their own channels like Tom's going to do. Paul, songs that mention Elvis in the lyrics would be interesting. Yep. There's a surprisingly large number of them when you start looking. Spencer, Billy Bob Thornton, Bad Santa. As Elvis singing Santa Claus is Back in Town, it does. I enjoyed that film. Jerry, yes, yeah, not a problem. You don't have to apologise. I've pre-ordered mine. In fact, I've also pre-ordered the one from Graceland. Paul, Clyde McFatter references Elvis singing Blue Suede Shoes in a song called Soul, 1964. I wonder if anybody's ever tried to compile a list. I know there are some albums, aren't there, of songs about Elvis by various artists. I've never bought any. David, I'd like to pop on next time too. My hair is a mess. Hey, look at me. I don't care. Somebody asked me about my tooth. It is actually there. The dentist said it's called drift. It's drifted forward. So I asked how much it would cost to put it back, and then thought, I can live with it forward. I'm not paying that. Could buy a nice new record with that money. So I could get a hammer and knock it back. Paul, Die Hard has Pocket Full of Rainbows. God, I don't remember that. George Jones' song, The King Is Gone. Tom, come on, David, my hair is always a mess. When I go to the barbers, I say, just cut it very, very short so I don't have to bother with it. And then I don't have to go again for a few months. But I've got brave. I've bought one of these, so I'm going to have a go. So if I come on looking very strange, you'll know I've had a go. So the only French single I now need to find is his latest Flame. They will be out there. I've just got to find one and order it. And that'll be the last one I need. I'll have all 50. I did have the window open, but it's directly behind the screen. And of course, everybody's out in their garden, so it's very noisy. So I've had to shut it. David, hello. How are you? Unbearable heat like Memphis. Yeah. Though Memphis was worse. Why did Elvis have to die in August? Jesus. It was like walking into a sauna outside. David, where are you from? No, my dad was from Dewsbury. My grandfather, I always like saying this because I think it's brilliant. My grandfather was manager of the Dewsbury Opera House. And he moved the family to Cheltenham to take over a cinema here. So I live in Cheltenham. Castleford, right. Because I do wonder, because my grandmother was Nellie Lunn. Who knows, we might be related. That's right, Kentucky Rain. I meet so many people, I hear so many stories, things start to get confused. I did actually think of, I even got one, a little notebook to make notes. I said before, my brain. Spencer, how's the sound on the NRS Cafe Europa CD? I haven't actually got round to playing it yet. I've still been listening to the Hair and Scarum sessions, but that will be next. When I was going through, I've been trying to put all the things that aren't on shelves to find room for them, and there was this. Now this is, there's a story with this. I ordered this, and then I had my heart attack, and so I was whisked off to hospital, and it came whilst I was in hospital. So it got put on a shelf and went completely out my head. And then one day I saw this box on the shelf. I thought, what's that? And inside was this. So I took it out and I placed it back upon the shelf, and then promptly completely forgot about it again. So I found it again. So I've taken it down so I don't forget it. I hadn't actually even opened it. I've opened it today to have a look what's actually in it. So I had a quick play of the CD, which sounds really good. So I'm going to play the vinyl. So of course it's all takes from the Jungle Room sessions. And I don't know, has anybody got this? It says it's a limited edition of 250 copies on blue vinyl. And there is this booklet in there, which is a bit different when you actually open it, because it's full of very interesting pictures of Linda Thompson sprawled around the jungle room in a bikini. So I wonder who took those pictures. So it's different, I can say that. It is different. Has anybody got this? You get CD, 2 CDs, and then you get it out. You get it all on 3 albums. So I'm going to give the albums a play. The CD sounds really good. So I haven't gone through the takes yet, but I'm guessing there are going to be takes on here that on the released sets. And I did notice, if I can see where it is. Oh, there you go. There's the 3rd album. Who doesn't want this? It's got to be one of the strangest Elvis album covers. But here, I don't know if you get to see, it says America, take 1, 2, beginning and end only. Now I know the end is on an FTD. Is there a beginning? So that'll be interesting. And you have her rehearsal tape. So that'll be an interesting listen. Where did I get to? Have you seen the Hank Garland biopic? I have. Yep. It's worth watching if you haven't seen it. The actor playing Elvis, of course, isn't very good, but then you'd expect that. But I wonder how true the story is. It's certainly an interesting story and quite a tragic one, really. Paul, I'd buy it for Linda Thompson in a bikini, exactly. David, isn't that what they fell out over? Right, so the photographs. So who took them, do you know? Spencer, that's tempting. What have I started? Well, it says there were only 250. Blue vinyl, limited edition, 250. I actually didn't even remember ordering it. So if I hadn't found that box upon the shelf, it would have stayed there for years unopened. But I have no memory. I can't even remember where I got it from. Strange. I was a bit preoccupied having a heart attack. So it'd be interesting to hear what the takes are. I think that was all the recent arrivals. I have a habit of putting things on the side, and they should be put back where they belong. So that's there from my last live chat. David, how much was it? I have no memory of buying it. I have no idea. Let's see if there's any about. What do they call it? Elvis. What did I? Graceland's Jungle. I'll have a quick look and see if there's any about. So who makes it? Long playing records, stereo. It doesn't seem to be. Nobody claims to have made it. Maybe it spontaneously came into existence. Over 50 rare and unreleased versions from the legendary recording session at Graceland's. So they're saying it's full of takes that haven't been released. So that'll be interesting. I'll have a listen and let everybody know. I don't see a maker on it anywhere. Strange. Paul, it's not cheap. You found one, have you? David, is it on the binder? Let's have a look inside again. You just want me to get Linda Thompson back out, isn't it? That's what it actually is. Maybe it's on the pictures of Linda Thompson. Oh, now it's out. I'll have to show you another one. I don't know if she's being Jane. Let's look at the CD. And there's the CDs. There's nothing on there. Look on the album label. So it's blue vinyl. No. Strange. Check the pictures. I'm going to have to get a magnifying glass and check the pictures of Linda just in case it's hidden somewhere in the background. Where do we get to? Close to $300. Blimey. So I'm guessing I must have bought it when it came out. I certainly wouldn't have paid anything like that for it. Paul, who is everyone's favourite Elvis girlfriend or partner? It's got to be Linda, hasn't it? Because, you know, you get the impression she really did care about him. and she's never said anything bad about him. Aha! Somebody has just sneaked in. How long have you been there? I didn't notice.
Oh, just a few minutes. I had time to comb my hair.
Hey, there's two of me.
Yeah, well,
Impersonator. I've got impersonators. Hey, I've made it. Is it as hot there as it is here?
it is very hot here. Very hot. You can see I have a tan right now, and I don't usually have one.
Right. Oh dear. I'm enjoying the heat.
Yeah, me too. I can stand it, but I'd rather have it a little bit cooler.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here, I don't know if it's the same in Belgium, but probably for 10 months of the year, it's grey, miserable, and wet here. So when we have a nice summer, enjoy it.
True, true. Last year was everyday rain.
Yeah.
So now it's everyday sun. So let's enjoy that.
You stayed at home and did your Elvis rooms up.
Yeah. Well, I had to go to work. I only missed 2 days for the weather because I work outside. I'm a painter. I paint houses on the outside. And I only missed 2 days because of the weather conditions. And so I had to work in between. And there was a lot of work in this room where I'm sitting now. Used to be a bathroom from my bedroom on the other side. That was my first Elvis room. And I had to clear out the shower, the sink, the toilet, everything. Had to redo the floors, the walls, everything. So I've been working from, I think, January and up until last week when it's finally finished it.
My wife won't let me expand out of this room.
Yeah, it's that's the tricky bit. You have to not tell your wife after the fact is done, you know.
Yeah. She keeps trying to sneak things in here. I have to keep moving them out.
Yeah. I don't have that problem, fortunately, because, yeah.
Oops. Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's very hot.
Got a
it's
big
very
light
hot here.
as well, which is not helping. So, have you bought anything new?
Yes, in fact, I had the box set from Taiwan with the Golden Records Volume 1 cover on it. Don't know if you know that. If you know that one.
Yeah, I think I've seen.
There's a Blue Hawaii album in it too.
Is it in the normal cover? Standard cover?
No, it's just it's a box set, and there's a. Let me just get it. If you can wait a few seconds, I have to go to the other room and I'll get it.
Yeah.
And I'll show it to you.
Okay. So it looks like everybody's choosing Linda. Kerry has to go. Thanks for coming in. Kerry always turns up.
Oh, sorry.
I don't. Yep.
So this is the box set.
Yep.
If you can see it, you'll know.
Yep.
And it's the Blue Hawaii album is right here.
Right.
You see, but it's just.
So as the loose discs in.
Yeah, it's just like this. This is the inside.
Oh, interesting. Different label. A different label.
Yeah, it's a different label. I don't know. I don't have any more information about it. So maybe you guys who are a lot smarter than me can help me. I don't know what year this came out, or I just know it's from Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, I think.
There is actually a published discography, isn't there, for Taiwan, believe it or not?
Yeah. There's a book. I think that David in Japan co-wrote that or something. I'm not sure, but I don't have that book, so.
I'm sure he can tell you about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a video about this recent purchase, and maybe put it out tomorrow. And he always comments a lot on my videos, and I'm sure he'll know. He will know what this is.
Yeah, yeah.
So I hope he can help me.
No doubt.
Well, it's very nice to finally talk to you face to face, so to speak.
Yep.
Because we only had in the comment sections. So
Yeah.
it's something different.
Yeah.
And it's also the first time that I ever do something live, so I'm a bit nervous.
Nothing to be nervous about. I make mistakes all the time. Who cares?
Yeah, that's right.
We're all friends.
We're all friends. And I love the Elvis community so much. I really, my best friends are all Elvis minded, because otherwise they wouldn't be friends. So I'm just joking, but no, I've met a lot of people who love Elvis, and it's an instant bond. You have an instant connection. You know, it's
yeah.
You can always talk something.
I wrote a piece a while back for the 16th of August, and it reminded me back then. A couple of days after he died, I went into town with my mum, and she bought me a couple of albums. As we were walking along, coming towards us on the pavement was another young lad with his mum, obviously, and he had an Elvis record under his arm. And we sort of looked at each other and smiled and nodded. And I thought back then, you know, it was strangers with tears in their eyes, but we instantly understood each other.
Yeah, that's the instant connection you have with another Elvis fan.
Yeah.
So unexplainable. To the outer world, to us, it's very normal, but to outsiders, it's something weird, maybe. But
yeah. And that's the sad thing, that if the press ever does anything about Elvis, they look for the weirdo in the bad.
That's true. That's true.
And that's a very small fraction of the Elvis fandom.
Yeah, that's a very small. It's the smallest thing. It's the music, of course, is the biggest thing, but it's also the man himself, and his generosity, his flamboyance, his clothes. It's everything about the guy that I love, and I will love him forever. But it's a complete package.
I was trying to explain to people. You know, you can see pictures of Elvis wearing the most bizarre outfit that on anybody else would look completely ridiculous, but he pulls it off. And I always say he is the greatest male model that has ever lived.
And yet,
no matter what clothes you put on him,
it's true, really true. And if you see his legs on he has the longest legs of anybody else I've ever seen. I think it's incredible. Just like Bill Ballou said, he had the perfect frame to model clothes. Yeah. He could have been a supermodel too, but
absolutely, yeah. I think he could have been just anything.
But I'm glad he kept the singing.
Yeah. Absolutely. So just check the comments. Keep up with her. Paul enjoys this channel. Apparently, you can see the comments, but I don't know how you turn them on. Tom worked it out. He said there is a way that you can see the comments. But I don't know from your end.
No, me.
Paul says, I wish we had as many Elvis fairs as they have in Belgium. Oh, David's pressed the wrong button. He's ejected himself into space. Spencer, Steve, make a tier list of Elvis's girlfriends. That'll be a long list. My Guinness is starting to get warm. You know, normally this time of evening it starts to cool down. It actually feels like it's getting warmer. Well, I can see I've caught the sun a bit. David got cut off. It happens to us all. Paul, how many girlfriends would there be? What do you class as a girlfriend, though? That's the thing. Paul, Susan Hemmings was quite nice too. I'm sure there's a lot of quite nice ones. Oh dear. What time is it? 9. So I better take my last pill before I run out of Guinness. I actually finished work today for a week, so I've got 9 days where I can do whatever I want, except for Wednesday when I've got to go to the hospital. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the cardiologist will discharge me from his care. So hopefully all the tests will be fine. I've been feeling good. So it will have been 2 years on the 13th of August since I had my heart attack. I did my best to get there on the 16th. But thanks, David. I'm sure we'll talk again. Mark, is that Guinness better than the Elvis juice you had a while back? Yeah, that Elvis juice stuff was a bit sweet. I'm not really that keen on overly sweet drinks, so I'll stick with Guinness. Thanks, Paul. It's very strange looking back. Quite sobering when a doctor sits in front of you and says, you know, you should have died that morning. So only the strong survive. My heart was strong. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Paul. I'm hopeful that everything will be fine. I've been feeling good. I can't do what I used to do, but then I am 60 now, so it was time to sort of slow down a bit. But I'm not far off what I used to do. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Spencer. Paul, Susan Hemmings was the blonde lady from 68 Special. Wasn't she English? Or have I got her confused with somebody else? Can't remember. There's so many characters involved in the Elvis story that they become confused. Mark, I picked up a nice bundle of gold standard 45s for £2 each today. Excellent. Is that the modern ones? In the blue sleeves? Because I know the older ones can be quite expensive. Paul, that was the actress from Paradise. Right. See, I'm getting confused. Now, the actress from Paradise of Wine Style. See, when I think of people, things flash into my brain. I don't know if it's because I'm remembering them correctly. Wasn't she a bit weird? when I think of her, I have this connection that there was something, she was a bit weird. Who knows? If she was English, she was definitely a bit weird. Right, Mark, I remember, when would it have been? God, 20 years ago? I went into town, into a record shop, and he had loads of them. He must have bought a job lot. All Elvis, all in the blue sleeves. So I went through and grabbed one of each. It's just annoying about the when they stick the sticker over Nipper. Of course, she appeared on Wogan years ago with David Stanley. Very weird. Yeah, that right. That might be where it came from. I do remember that she was a bit nuts. There was something odd about her. As was he, yep. Yeah. I was searching around on eBay and I came across a short which I thought was absolutely fantastic. I did download it. I wonder if it'll play on here. It's a short piece of footage from That's the Way It Is. And I just thought it was fantastic. Let me see if, I don't know if it will work. Let me see if it will. Excuse me while I drink this Wawa. Where does that come from? Captures. Let me see if I can find it. I just love the footage and Elvis's expression. Hopefully I can see it. Here it goes. Right, I shall try it and see if it works. I don't know if it will. Take it back to the beginning. Hopefully you can see it. I think it's a great piece of film. Did that work? Hopefully you saw that. Leading lady from Double Trouble was English too. She wasn't even an actor. She came to an Elvis disco many years ago, right? Susanna Lee. Do you think we'll get an update from Buzz soon? Well, you would hope around the 16th of August they'll announce something definite. I'm hoping. I could do with something to wipe my face. I'll have to remember next time to have a cloth. I need Charlie stood behind me with a scarf so I can wipe my face. I'd be shocked if he was. Could be a ghost. Something very odd happened in the place that I work. Well, I'm working at the moment. It has a bit of a history. People have died there. And there is a small cubicle, which we have a small sink and a kettle. So we make drinks there. And I went in a couple of days ago. I was the only person on the site. So I went into the cubicle to put the kettle on. I came out. About 10 minutes later, I went back. And my cup, which is an Elvis cup, was on the floor, upright, undamaged. Now, where the cups are kept, it's quite a high ledge. And when I opened the door and I saw it, I sort of stopped. I was like, okay, how did that happen? Now, it must have fallen off somehow, but it's landed and finished upright with not a mark on it. It was very weird. I even took a picture of it. So is there anybody else that wants to come on and say hello? Make their debut? We've got 23 people watching. Of course, all these people that worked with Elvis, they're all slowly disappearing, which is a shame, because I think only they truly know just how damn good he was. And once they're gone, we'll only have recordings of them and their memories. I wonder if I still need to wear these headphones. Mark, yes, you'll be welcome next time. I'm going to try taking these headphones off. I wonder if that open program was what was causing the echo. Let's have a go, because these are very uncomfortable. Right. So I shall unplug this. Plug that back in, if I can see where the slot is. What device did you plug in? None of your business. Get off. Okay. Is there an echo? I've noticed the lag's gone now. It's pretty much caught up, which is good. No echo, so maybe that solved the problem. Oh, that is good. So remember, if you get an echo, check to see if you've got a second window open with the stream on. I can get rid of these things. Excellent. My wife mostly works from home, so she has all this equipment. That feels a lot better. Paul, I've just picked up Sonny West's book, Still Taking Care of Business. Now that's a book I would actually like to read. Rob, Eureka. Yep. Well, Tom actually solved the problem. And by accident. And that's how the best discoveries are always made, by accident. I shall have to go on to water when this is gone. I'm not a big drinker, so normally one is enough for me. My wife being Russian more than makes up for it. Unbelievable the amount she can drink. When we went to visit her family in Sevastopol, met her brother. He was a senior officer in the Russian Navy stationed there. Jesus Christ, the amount that they could drink. I'm having a cold Guinness. Well, it was cold when I poured it. It's now a warm Guinness. Oh, those guys knew the truth. Yeah, there are some fans who are very against Sonny and Red because of the book, but I'm not. Dave Hebler, I'm not so sure about because he was more of a newcomer. But I do think Sonny and Red had Elvis's best interest at heart, and they felt aggrieved at what happened after all the years. Because working for Elvis like that was not an easy job. You pretty much gave up your own life. You were at his beck and call. All right, you had a great time. You know, it's a fantastic thing to be able to do. But it was a very demanding job. And I think they genuinely cared about Elvis. Paul, which books on Elvis stand out as the most accurate and truthful? That's difficult. I don't know. What does anybody think? Paul's saying that Sonny told the truth. I'm to blame. I'm not really supposed to drink alcohol, but it does help the pills go down. I don't normally do that. I can buy a 4-pack, and it'll probably take me a month to drink it. They do say that alcohol is actually good for your heart. So, Tom, while Elvis was hurt, I think he understood why they did it. I'm sure he felt some guilt for that situation. Yeah, no doubt. It wasn't handled very well. David, I've talked to Dave Hebner a year ago, and it was maybe surprising, very nice. He came across as very intelligent. He did an interview, I don't know if you've seen it, where he claims that they were tricked with the book Elvis, What Happened. He says they spent a long time telling stories about Elvis, and he said 90% of them were very good, positive stories. But the chap who actually wrote the book, who was a reporter for a very low-class American newspaper, the name of which I've forgotten right now, but like worse than The Sun in the UK. He chose which stories, and he chose the book to be that way. So Rob's not going to tell. Paul, I love the Paul Lichter book as a child, mainly for the discography. Yeah, that was another important book. Rob, plenty of iron in Guinness, absolutely. Apparently, it has been prescribed by doctors for certain things. A Guinness prescription, imagine that. Spencer, thanks for letting people know. No problem, I enjoyed it. David, that's exactly what he told me, right. So I wonder what happened to the notes for all the other stories they told. Rob, that's it, National Enquirer. Yep. Steve Dunaway spelled incorrectly. Paul, red wine. I used to like a glass of wine, but my wife drinks wine, so I never get a chance. And when I say she drinks wine, Jesus Christ, she drinks wine. Tom, it was National Enquirer, yeah. Yeah. Rob, new mums used to be given a pint of Guinness after giving birth here in Irish Hospital. Well, at least they waited till after they were born. Yeah. So what else? All my CDs are in a large bookcase over here. But I do intend at some point to sort them into some kind of order. I did start trying to do all the original albums in chronological order first, but things get mixed up. Tom, I was reading an excerpt from the book when I heard the news of Elvis's death. I read the book when it came out, and you know the weird thing is, the book actually made me like Elvis even more. Because he went from being Elvis to being a man, a human being, who had difficulties, who had a temper, like a lot of people. But if that's the good in him, going up to the ceiling, this was the negative. And I can't think of any other human being that I know anything particularly about that can match that. So I didn't find the book to be destructive of him in any way, even though that's what was intended by the chap who wrote it. It was done as a hatchet job. But no, it didn't affect me. I came out of it liking him even more. Steve, just reading Marion Cox's book, quite a personal story. I read that a long time ago. In fact, I might still have it in the attic, but I have no memory. I'm going to have to go back and reread some of these things because I read them when they came out and then put them away. Mark, thanks for helping me get a copy of the new Rock and Roll No. 2 album. Oh, you're right, yeah. I was confused then. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's very nice. And at a very reasonable price. Tom, same here, it showed his humanity. Exactly, yeah. David, that's a book we don't mention. Absolutely despicable individual. A book full of lies, distortions, absolute rubbish. Actually, whenever I went into a bookshop and I saw that book, I would hide it behind loads of other books. The fact that that book has vanished into obscurity and is never mentioned tells you everything about it. It was total crap. That's one book no Elvis fan should have in his collection or her collection. Spencer, the Baz movie didn't touch on the giving generous side. No, nor the humour. I would have liked them to have done something with the generosity and his sense of humour. And his total, one thing that didn't come across, in fact, I think they got it totally wrong. Elvis did not take himself at all seriously, and he never acknowledged that he was anything special. Never. He never played the diva. He never tried to make out he was anything particularly above anybody else. But that didn't come across to me. I always say, when you listen to these sessions and things go wrong, he took the blame, even if he didn't do anything wrong. He never lost his temper. He never stormed out or demanded whatever. Now you imagine some of these other big stars, the tantrums I'm sure that they throw, and some we know throw, over slight things, and blaming some poor musician who, you know, is trying to do their best. Never from Elvis. I always remember a story about making fun in Acapulco when they had some Mexican extras who didn't speak English. And the director wasn't happy with something they're doing. He was shouting at them. And they said Elvis took him to one side and said, "Hey, you don't treat them like that. They don't understand what you're saying." That was Elvis. Oh, Paul just said what I said. Well, there you go. That just proves it's true. Elvin, hello. He did the same to John Lennon. I didn't realise he'd written one on John Lennon. What a despicable man he was. He must have been a very small individual with a very sad life to try and drag down great men who've achieved something in their lives. Ben, got to hop off now. Thanks for coming on. Hopefully see you next time. Alexander's here. Hello. Oh, you've missed incredible things. Spencer, not only was Elvis not a diva or full of himself, his actors were so grateful he tried searching for the reason why God chose him. Yep. Yeah. I like the way whenever he went somewhere, he went around and introduced himself, as though people didn't know who this was, but he went out and personally shook their hand and said, "Hello, I'm Elvis Presley." You look at some of these people who walk around like there's something, you know, above everybody. That wasn't him at all. And yet he had every excuse to be like that because he was the biggest, greatest star that's ever been. From music, movies, anything. But he was never like that. So Alexander, have you had anything new? Spencer Elvis always said, "Sir, ma'am." Yep. Yeah. I think Elvis just loved people. And you could see it in everything he did. He loved people. Tom, do you know who I am? Yeah, exactly. Do you know who I am? Have you any idea who I am? I've always wanted someone to say that to me. Do you know who I am? They say if Elvis heard a mistake on a take, he would carry on singing for a while before stopping to take attention to it. Yeah, you get that impression. Even on the Harum Scarum at one point, I forget which track it is, because I've been listening to it all. The engineer says somebody made a mistake. And Elvis says, "Oh, it's probably me." Straight away, "Oh, it's probably me." Now you imagine if you were a musician or a backing singer and you made the mistake. And you're thinking, "Oh, damn." And Elvis says, "Oh, it's probably me." He loved people more than himself, which is opposite of many celebrities, absolutely. Mark, is the from Elvis in Memphis in mono rarer than in stereo? I don't get the impression it is. You can easily find them. But what you have to look out for is, let me get this right without looking. There is the first cover of the stereo on the back. The mono has on it also available in stereo. The first stereo cover they forgot to take that off. So it says also available in stereo. Then they corrected it. So that's another variation to look out for. Alexandra, I'm on holiday in Sweden. Excellent. I've got a box in storage for a video when I return. Right. I like Sweden. Went there a couple of times, but I lived in Finland for 3 years. But Scandinavia is a great part of the world. What struck me when I lived in Finland, and if you ever get the chance to go, and I'm sure it's the same in other countries, I know it was the same in Sweden, the huge proportion of absolutely stunning women walking around. It's just mind-blowing. They were everywhere. There's a big department store in the centre of Helsinki called Stockman's, and outside it they have benches, and you could just sit there and like, oh my god, oh look at her, Jesus Christ. Spencer, I've always wondered why Elvis would yell hold it instead of just making an X with his arms to signal to stop. Oh, thank you. David, let's move to Scandinavia. It was, I think Richard Gere, who said in an interview after he'd been to Finland, I've seen more beautiful women in Finland than in any other country in the world. I don't know how many countries we've been in, but see, we have the problem in the UK. Are there any women watching now? Hopefully not. We have the problem in the UK that if you have a really good-looking woman, she's something special and she knows it. So they tend to have a bit of an attitude. Not all of them, I'm sure there's some very nice ones, but they tend to. Whereas in those parts of the world, they're everywhere, so they can't have an attitude. They're just nice and friendly and gorgeous. How did we get onto this subject? Tom, now I'm on retirement, let's go to Finland. Yeah. Why is it not cooling down? I wonder if it's safe to open the window. I should think everybody's gone in by now. I'm going to try opening the window. Let's see if there's any noise. Seems okay. Let's see if there's a bit of a breeze to come in. Oh, it feels better already. I shall have to get some water in a minute. Did you already discuss the Elvis evolution? We did mention it at the very beginning. Yes, it's not sounding good. I'm hoping that the people who go will get something to enjoy out of it, but it's not at all what we were expecting. When it was first announced as a hologram, that's the right word, isn't it? My brain, that is the right word, isn't it? I think that's the right word. Something in my brain is not, yeah. Anyway, when it was first announced, I thought maybe this will be as close to seeing Elvis perform as we're ever going to get. So I was quite excited. I imagined a live band and choir and pretty much Elvis, a 3D Elvis. My wife watches a lot of Russian television, and they have a show where people perform, And they've had things where a live performer is on the stage singing with a dancing elephant. Now, obviously, it's like a cartoon elephant, but it looks real. It's astonishing. And this is what I imagined. But it's not at all. And people who saw the preview, it's been reported that their advice was lower your expectations. No hologram at all. Nothing new as far as footage goes. It sounds like what you're getting is a room that's made up to look as though it's from the period, with actors playing a part as though they're from the period, and projected footage of Elvis. Now, compared to what it could have been, that sounds really disappointing. So if people are going expecting this astonishing vision of Elvis, that's not what they're going to get by the sound of it. Exactly, Steve, that's what I was imagining. We were going to see Elvis on a stage performing, but we're not. So, the people I feel sorry for are the people who've booked to come from abroad and spent a lot of money. I mean, it's not cheap to go to London at the best of times. But if you had to add on a flight or hotels and that. But maybe there'll be something in it to enjoy. I don't know. So Alexander won't have seen my 47th copy of Blue Hawaii, which is down here somewhere. Now you won't recognise it when I show you. Asia record. A lady with a violin who I don't remember being in Blue Hawaii, unless she was hiding at the back somewhere. The printed insert contains the lyrics to all the songs, complete with cup stains. It's 10-inch. They somehow squeezed all the tracks on. But what for me makes this special, and I love things like this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it in focus. Elvis Reslip in Blue Hawaii. Now, maybe that's how it's pronounced in the language. Elvis Reslip in Blue Hawaii. Track 1. Brew Hawaii. Brew Hawaii. Dreams come true in Brew Hawaii. Now, they seem to have got the other song titles right, but they had a problem for some reason. But I just think that's brilliant. That makes it even better for me. I didn't even know this ever even existed. Oh, I think there'll come a day when they can reproduce the exact concert experience. I don't know how many years away. That's the impression I get from the things I've seen. I mean, these things on this Russian TV, the dancing cartoon elephant, it genuinely looked like the performer was there singing with it. It was astonishingly done. What it would look like in the studio, I don't know. But there was a live audience who were impressed. Spencer Alexander didn't get to see the Linda Thompson pictures. Maybe, no, he won't have the box because he doesn't buy the modern stuff. Doesn't collect the modern stuff. David, I'm off now. Thank you for coming on. And no doubt we'll talk again. Of course, it's an hour later over in Belgium. So have a good night. And another thing I got, which I didn't know I needed on a very hot, sticky July night, was a Brazilian Christmas album, Memórias de Natal. But what I do like about it is the calendar is in Brazilian as well. The months are in Brazilian. So that was surprisingly cheap. So I had to have that. And then, of course, I finally picked up a copy of Live in Dallas, which comes from your part of the world. Oh dear. Well, we've still got 22 people on. As I said that, it went down to 20. That's good timing. Normally, I end the stream, and just as I end it, people start coming on from Australia. So I'm going to try and stay on longer so that more people can have a chance to come on and say hello. So if anybody wants to come on that hasn't, speak up and I'll send you the link. That's right, Alexander. It's an RCA Special Products, which I do like. I think I've got some other Elvis Time fan club. I think I've got some CDs. Seems to ring a bell, though I would never be able to find them. My CDs are not at all organised. Don't know, but I'm sure I have. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to go and get some Wawa. Excuse me while I drink some Wawa. Which album's that from? Wayne, hello. Thank you, I'm feeling good. I'm hoping on Wednesday the cardiologist is going to discharge me. Got to go and see him. Paul, what's your favourite track from Blue Hawaii? I couldn't answer that. It just flows along nicely. Is it my favourite? I've always had a thing for No More. I think it's a really good song. I like the way he sings it. I mean, that's true of a lot of them, but I think because I heard it very early on the Camden, and it always captured me. So I do like that, and it's a good song to sing along to. You can really go for it. My Saturday nights have changed so much getting older. Absolutely. And you know what? I'm quite happy about it. Alexander, do you have the Having Fun when I was on stage on that same label from 1987? No, I don't. RCA, so they did a version of that. I don't remember ever seeing it. I'll have to look out for that. Although, how many copies of Having Fun do I want? I've got one to have one, but it's not an album I've ever thought of collecting multiple copies of. I think if somebody comes on and says, I've got 47 copies of Having Fun with Elvis on Stage, then that would require an intervention, I think. Mark, I think How the Web Was Woven is one of the 70s B-sides. Yeah, when you look at some of Elvis's singles, the one that always just blows my mind is It Hurts Me, as a B-side to Kissing Cousins. What? Spencer, do you have some record song called Rock and Roll Ruby? No, never heard of it. Mark, the best B-sides, absolutely. Paul, I had a feeling you would say that. You've been to the beach. We don't have any beaches around here. Oh, that beach. What, you mean you've been to the beach in Blue Hawaii? Have I understood that? So, Alexander, where in Sweden are you? Rock and Roll Ruby was done by Warren Smith. 2 songs that are supposed to be done by Elvis. All right. I've not heard of him either. I'll look him up. It is strange when you look at some of the singles in other countries. Some of the songs they choose are quite bizarre. Oh yes, Hanona Beach. Yeah, Bay. It's actually called Elvis Beach, right? They charge you $25 to go on it. Wow. I'd still pay it. When I got married, I said to my wife, if we have a honeymoon, where would you like to go? And she said to me, well, where would you like to go? I said, I would love to go to Hawaii. A, to go to Hawaii because it just looks like paradise. And B, because of course the Elvis connection. I said, where would you like to go? She said, North Korea. North Korea. I said, no. There's no way you're going to get me to go to North Korea. North Korea is a big holiday resort for Russians. But it is not a place for anybody else to go, because you'll probably end up getting arrested and put in prison as a spy. Especially me, because I wouldn't be able to help myself. I'd be looking around the hotel room for bugs. Alexander, in the south, just went over afraid from Rostock. Sweden's a great country for record hunting. Right. Do you have the Las Vegas album, Swedish one, with the great cover? I've got a copy of it somewhere. It was one I'd always wanted because I think it's a fantastic cover. I don't know if you know the one I mean. Paul, did you choose an Elvis song for your wedding dance? Now, we got married in Moscow. There is one wedding office that foreigners can get married in Moscow. You don't have a choice. So, of course, none of my family could go to Moscow. Her family were in Sevastopol. It was impossible for them to leave. So it was me and her and one of her friends. So we had a very basic, simple wedding. And then we went to a restaurant and had a meal, and then we went home. But I just turned 50. My first and hopefully only wedding. So we didn't have to do all that, and it saved a lot of money, which I then had to spend on a visa application, which was an abomination I won't go into. The Suspicion was another track that would have made a great single. Yep, absolutely. If that other prat hadn't released it. Oh, probably best that way. How could you pick a song? Exactly, I have trouble with these things. Plus I'd have to dance. That's not good. Spend some golden coins and make a good wedding song. Alexander, it's on my list to pick up. Travel with a Swedish discography in my pocket. Family will probably end up mad since I've drawn a map containing record shops. That's the way to do it. And what you have to do, of course, is say, oh, look, we've accidentally stumbled across another record shop. Who'd have believed it? Gaz, hello. In your opinion, what live recordings of Elvis would you say is his best? I find questions like that so difficult. What live recordings of Elvis would it? So are we talking complete concerts or individual songs? I always find it difficult to choose because as soon as I say something, 50 other songs cram into my head saying, what about me? Complete concerts, right. That's difficult because, of course, over time, his show's changed. Now, maybe people won't agree with me, but this is my personal opinion. I think that Elvis's sound, overall sound, which of course is an important factor in a live show, was probably, as far as the quality of the music goes, at its best. If you listen to the On-Stage album. Now, is that because of the way it was recorded? I don't know. But to me, I don't hear, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love like Madison Square Garden and live in Memphis and Hello and things like that. Fantastic. And I would be over the moon to have witnessed any of them. But just the pure quality of the music, the combination of the band, the orchestra, the choirs, the arrangements, that period, I think it was just at its peak. Now, of course, it's different if you say atmosphere of the concert. Because, of course, Vegas lacks the big crowd. But see, one area where it might be controversial, but again, just my opinion, for what it's worth. I don't know any more than anybody else. The combination of Sweet Inspirations and the Imperials was perfection. It wasn't the same with voice. I really don't understand Elvis's obsession with voice. And it wasn't the same with J.D. Song and the Stamps. That's my personal opinion. Alexandra, I prefer concerts from 71, 73. Yeah, I mean, 71, that's some fantastic shows. But you'll find fantastic shows from any period. Paul, I would have chosen I'm Not the Marrying Kind for my wedding. That would have gone down well. Followed by She's the Meanest Girl in Town. I'm proud to say I didn't even wear a tie for my wedding. I hated wearing ties. And so when Katerina said to me, "What are you going to wear?" I said, "Well, I'll put a jacket." And she said, "But I don't want to wear a tie." And she said, "You do whatever makes you comfortable." Let's see if she was not at all the what do they call them, bridezillas. But then we were older. Let's see. I will show you if I can get the right page. So this was us waiting to go in for our turn to get married. Me with no tie. Of course, the ceremony was all in Russian, so she had to translate. And when it came to the point where you had to say "I do," I said yes. Well, she said you have to say yes. So I said yes. And the woman looked at me and it all came to a halt. And she said, "No, you got to say da." Like, "Oh, da." So it was an experience. Right, where did I get to? That my brother's wedding reception. The wedding band ended their set with AC/DC's Highway to Hell. You got to have a sense of humour. I don't know. Hello from New Zealand. Now, you see, this is normally the point where I say, well, we've been on for, how long have we been on? 3 hours. And then people coming on from Australia and New Zealand. So tonight I'm going to stay on as long as I can so that more people have a chance to come on. And as I said before, if anybody wants to actually come on and say hello to everyone, let me know and I'll send you the link. We've had several people come on. It doesn't hurt. Everybody's friendly. Tom's going to start his own channel soon to show us his collection. Tom, I one time seeing Elvis with my impression that the music was secondary to the fact of seeing. Yeah, I can understand that. Yep. And that's what I think people don't understand. That no matter how ill he looked, bloated he looked, I don't say overweight, because he doesn't look fat to me, he looks bloated. If you look at his, from his waist down, he looks slim. That's not normal. He's bloated. But no matter any of that, the crowd just goes nuts. Alexander, our wedding song was Anywhere You Want Me. Nice one. Yeah, that's a great song. I still remember to this day the first time I heard that. Led under a coffee table with earphones on, connected to the system. And in fact, I can show you what it was on. First time I ever heard it, and it was Christmas Day, and my parents had bought me this. And this was a massive leap forward in my collection, because up to that point, I'd been buying Camdens because that was all I could afford with my pocket money. And they got me this for Christmas. And there were so many songs on there I'd never heard. And I still remember the first time I heard Anywhere You Want Me, a massive effect. That and 40 Greatest were the two big leap forward. I'll put that there, and then when I look for it there and it's not there, I think it's lost. Alan, best wedding song, I'm leaving. Rob, did Mark 100% for Elvis shot this evening? He did very briefly. He must have been busy. He did come on and say hello. So once I get a bit more people watching, I'll live stream more. It seems like you enjoy streaming. It's fantastic. It's much more interaction. I enjoy the conversation. When do you get to speak to people who totally understand the way you feel about Elvis? I'll get a fantastic, like that Blue Hawaii, fantastic. And I get home all excited, and I say to my wife, look what I got. And she's like, another record. There's an album highlighting the sweet inspirations, contribution on songs such as Primary. Yep. Yeah, they were a great group. And they just fit Elvis. And so did the Imperials. The Imperials should get far more recognition. I always prefer the Imperials. Yep. I totally agree with the Stamps. Now, maybe it's because of the way it was mixed, and Elvis should really have done something about it. But I know Elvis was a great admirer of J.D. Sumner, but frankly, there are times when he totally ruins the song. He should be well into the background, giving some depth to the song, not up front. He was featured far too high in the mix on these live things. Rob, I hope he gets courage to do a stream soon. Yeah, I said to him, come on, but when I said, do you want to come on, he seems to have vanished. But maybe he was busy. Alan, it's 9:13 in the morning, Sunday morning. You're in the future. What happens in the future? Spencer Paul, dinner at 8 FTD, nearly 10-minute version of I Got a Woman, Amen. Yeah, I wish he'd dropped that. Elvis just got into a rut. He needed a challenge, and the world tour would have been the big challenge. Paul, voice were a 5K a week, Vernon lost sleep in his eyes. I don't understand Elvis's obsession with voice. I didn't rate them at all. And Cheryl Nielsen just bugged the hell out of me. When you see him in Elvis in concert, I'm not a violent person, but I think, God, I think I'd hit you if I met you. And I'm a very placid person. I mean, he might be a perfectly nice guy, but he just looks so arrogant. And what the hell was he wearing? He was like he was the star of the show. Well, Mark has a lot going on. He does indeed, yeah. Paul, you're punching. Yeah, look, that's what happens when you drink Guinness. I'm normally a very placid person. Drink Guinness and you get violent. Do you all remember what Cheryl Nielsen was wearing? I mean, it was just, what on earth are you wearing? Spencer, there's one audience recording. Someone yells at Elvis, Cheryl can't sing. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, I didn't rate him. Elvis just loved to give the spotlight to other artists, didn't he? So if it's 10:16 here in Sweden, it's got to be midnight, hasn't it? But I know from living in Finland in the summer, it was very easy. You could sat up having a drink and talking. And outside it's bright daylight, and you look at the time, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It was weird. It didn't get dark. It got sort of slightly twilightish, and then it got light again. Rob, I read recently that soon before his passing, he requested David Bowie to produce his next album. Yeah, I've read that. I cannot imagine that tale is real. No, I've read that as well. And apparently, he was looking at the song Golden Years, which... Of course, David Bowie was a huge Elvis fan. When RCA were trying to persuade him to sign for them, I think it was his first wife who told the story. She said they went to this, they booked him a hotel suite, and they went in, and she said laid on the bed was a gift, and it was a copy of every Elvis album released. And they said he went nuts. She said, look, of all the things they could have given him, that was the thing he would have wanted. He was nuts on Elvis. Alexander, on the first Indie 77 bootlegs, he was credited Shawnee Ocean. I like that. It must have been the same person who did that Blue Hawaii. Shawnee Ocean. Spencer, I Got One Amen and the long band intros are bad choices. You could fit 7 songs in. Yeah. It's almost as though he was trying to fill the time as easily as he could. Rob, Golden Years was offered to Elvis, he passed. Right, I knew Golden Years came into it somewhere. I was saying on the Elvis forum we should do a session where we come up with the songs that Elvis should have recorded. I was thinking we should limit it to songs that were actually written before he died. There's no point in imagining him singing something that wasn't even around. Songs that he could have recorded, that he should have recorded. I've got a few. Tony, hello. I Feel So Bad was Bowie's favourite Elvis song, apparently. Right. Now, earlier in the stream, I was explaining that I've been thinking about the album that we call Fool, which of course wasn't called Fool, it was called Elvis, but we call it Fool, and how it should have been different to what was released. Spencer, didn't someone witness him singing Bad Moon Rising at a rehearsal? There was a whole list of songs I remember going back that were associated with Elvis, and that there were rumours that there were recordings of, or that he performed. But very few of them have ever actually turned up. I've no doubt he tried out various things at various times, and I can imagine him doing Creedence Clearwater Revival, because they were southern swamp rock, and that's sort of, you know, Elvis's area. So I can imagine him trying out some of those songs. It's a shame he didn't do some of them. Yeah, so I think RCA should have done a better job with the album that became known as Fool, because of the big success of Aloha. So they had a possible mass audience for his next album, and I think they totally cocked it up. Rumours about him singing Feelings at the Graceton session. Now, who was it? I think it was Billy Smith on a video said that Elvis did record it and that he heard it, and then they taped over it, and he's positive about that. He says he heard it played back. Paul, no, I meant with your wife. Eh? How far back was the, I've lost that. You see. Oh, I see what you mean. I get you now. Yeah. I first met her, 1998. I first met her. And we were together for several months, and then we lost touch with each other. The world was a very different place back then. You didn't have internet and things like that. And then we met up again. And this time we got married about 6 months later. She married me for my money and then found out I didn't have any. I'd spent it all on Elvis records. Spencer, I wish Elvis could have lived long enough to record Hallelujah. I think he died too before it was written. There's a lot. If we look at songs that were written afterwards, there's 3 albums that could possibly have captured his attention and could have led to a 4th gospel album, and that's Bob Dylan's Gospel Trio. And they have now been recognised as seriously good gospel music. I know there are a lot of choirs now that sing songs, and they are fantastic performances. I'm not a religious person, but I listen to them. They're just fantastic. And I can definitely imagine Elvis singing a lot of the songs on these albums. And of course, Dylan did a gospel tour, and it would have been interesting whether Elvis would have taken note of that, and whether they could even have got together. Who knows? Steve, strange RCA didn't revive the standing room only plans instead of going with the full LP. Yeah, there were various options, but I think the full LP was just the wrong LP for the moment. Spencer, someone witnessed Elvis record Cold Icy Fingers at Sun as well. There's all sorts of songs associated with the Sun period that were even reported way back that he'd recorded. Sadly, we'll never know. A lot of tapes were destroyed, even by RCA. All amazing Elvis and Bowie showed the same, but yes, they did. Yeah. There's actually quite a lot of interesting connections. I mean, a long time ago, I did an Elvis and Dylan video, and an Elvis and Springsteen. I should have done an Elvis and Bowie. Rob, she should have married you at least 47 blue years ago. Exactly. Oh dear. Girls, my favourite is Bob Dylan Saved album. Yeah, they're great albums. I would just have loved to hear Elvis sing Every Grain of Sand, I Believe in You, When He Returns, Solid Rock, Pressing On. Oh, there's so many great songs that I think Elvis would have absolutely loved. Imagine Elvis sat at the piano singing When He Returns. Alexander, the Fool album basically was a cash in on the lower release. The album is dear to me, but it's not quality selection song. Exactly, this is the point. David, hello. Now, Alexander, I've come up with my own album that they should have released. I've even got the design of the cover, which I wanted to be a strikingly different cover to attract attention. So other people have seen it, so now I'm going to show you. And my song selection, because my idea was Elvis, the success of Aloha meant that there was potentially a big market for his next album. So they should have thought of that. Let me find this. So this is my front cover. It's striking and bold. It's totally unexpected from Elvis. There's no concert shot. It's very modern for its time. Aloha's happened. Where do I go from here? So that's the front cover of what I would have put out. I think it would have stood out in the record shops. It would have attracted attention. It would have been a surprise to people. It would have made them pick it up and look, what is this? So that's my front cover. And now I'll show you the back, which has the songs on it. And I have specific reasons for choosing these songs. So we kick off. A lot of the reviews I've read when the album came out, and they were all saying there's no rock on this album for the Fool album. Burning Love had only appeared as a single, so the public would have heard it. It was in the Aloha special, and it had only appeared on a Camden, which the general public isn't going to buy. So we kick off with Burning Love. Then we go into It's Only Love, so we've still got that. Always on my mind, there's been a single. It would have had radio play. They'll have heard it. Don't Think Twice is something unexpected and unusual. It's Dylan. I'm Leaving is just pure class. And that closes side A. Side B opens up with a fantastic, powerful Sound of Your Cry. Matter of Time. Separate Ways. Again, they probably would have heard it on the radio. For the Good Times is a song they might know, but not by Elvis. And then we end with Where Do I Go From Here? I think they're all fantastic songs. They're strong songs. And there's a chance that people would have picked this album up and gone, I've heard of some of these. I'll buy this. That's my thoughts on what they should have released. Because I always go back to something my dad said to me. When I bought Promised Land, when it came out, I'd saved up my pocket money. He picked it up and looked at it, and he said, what did you buy this for? There's none of his famous songs on it. The general public, and this is why I think they didn't buy Elvis's back in big numbers. A superb album. But when they picked that album up and looked at it, they didn't recognise the songs. If it had had It's Now or Never, or I Loves Tonight on it, that album would have sold in bucket loads. The general public need a reason to buy a record. This is a striking looking album, a very modern looking album, something unexpected from Elvis, with a fantastic selection of songs. Quite a few of them they will have at least heard on the radio. So that should have been the album that was released. If only we could go back. But instead we got Fool. Now, I mean, I like Fool. It's got some fine songs on it, but as an album it just doesn't work. It doesn't have a knock 'em dead highlight on it for me. It's got fine songs, I like them, but there's no song that makes you go, wow, whereas this? It's full of them. If only we could go back. Whilst I was doing my work on this, I came across a picture. It was sold at auction, it's artwork. So this was the original artwork for the album. So it was going to be called Fool, but then they obviously thought, can't really call Elvis Fool. So, and that was sold at an auction. And that's obviously what's inspired the FTD. But I think mine's better. Spencer, thanks for coming on, and it was a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure we'll talk again. I'll come on yours sometime. Paul, sadly the girl... Yeah, somebody... I didn't know that. Somebody told me the girl died. I'm sure her family would have loved that to have been used. Paul, I love the snippet of the Dylan song Elvis did on the Nashville set. It's incredible. I Shall Be Released. And a very interesting take on it. I would have loved Elvis to have done more Dylan songs. I mean, Dylan, for me, is the greatest songwriter ever. And Elvis could interpret songs in such surprising ways. There are so many Dylan songs. I mean, I don't know if you know the Blood on the Tracks album. And those songs, the songs would have been right up Elvis' street as far as the subject, because people call it Dylan's divorce album. So, guys, how cheaper will become than albums compared to RCA releases? A lot cheaper. Probably for what a regular album would have cost back then. I'm guessing you could have bought 4 or 5 Camdens. I mean, they were. I remember. Now, this could be a faulty memory, of course, but in my brain, sort of 50 pence when I first bought a Camden. See, I could go into WH Smith's with my mum and get a Camden. To get Elvis's latest release, you'd have to go into a proper record shop. And they were more expensive. So probably like a lot of people, my first records were Camdens. And the weird thing is, I didn't listen to them thinking, this is a cheap odd collection of songs. It was Elvis's record. It could have been Elvis's back, but it was US mail. And they weren't on any different level, because I wasn't aware that some of the songs were from films when I first listened to it. It was just an Elvis record. It's only sort of later on that people sort of go, oh, it's a Camden. Well, no, Camdens were bloody good. And you got to remember, this is bizarre, but you got to remember, they used Camdens to put out unreleased songs. How strange is that? Who's this sending me a message? Just check. Elvis doing Buckets of Tears would have been something. Yeah. There's a song from the Basement tapes. I don't know if anybody knows Dylan's music, but there's a session that resulted in an album which was one of the first ever bootlegs, called the Basement Tapes. And Dylan wrote and recorded a lot of songs that he just never bothered with. But out of that comes songs like that you might know, like I Should Be Released, This Wheel's on Fire, things like that. Quinn the Eskimo was written there. There's a song that he never actually finished called I'm Not There, which is to me, it's an amazing song. I do think, God, I wonder what Elvis would have done with that. Tony, definitely Camden, 50 pence at Woolies. Yep, confirmed, I remembered it right. Memphis Flash Richie, hello. David, Camden Xmas album, great. It certainly was. And of course, for a lot of us Brits, the Camden Christmas album was the Christmas album. The one that we grew up with, the one that we had. It's the one, it wasn't Christmas in my house until that record went on the turntable. So when we decorated the tree, that record went on. And even today, we get a tree just to have one because it's nice to have one. And when we get the tree out, on goes that record. Alexander, I love the Camden, still play them regularly. They were they had some great songs on there. And it was a great way to get hold of some Elvis music cheaply back then. And the Camdens prove that, there's a lot of songs from Elvis's soundtracks that survive outside of the movie because they sounded perfectly great, like ordinary songs, like, a song that Elvis would have recorded and put out. Yet when they appear on the soundtrack albums, people say, oh, it's a soundtrack. Grant, hello. Australia's awake. As I've been saying, if anybody wants to come on and say hello, let me know and I'll give you the link. I've had several people come on. They survived the experience. Everybody's very friendly. Just comb your hair and brush your teeth and make sure there's nothing embarrassing around you. Rob, the 80s Camdens deserve more love. They do indeed. And what's interesting, I've been noticing, because it hadn't occurred to me, that in France, in Australia, in Italy, the Camdens were released, same songs, completely different covers. So that's opened up a whole new collecting thing that I have to go for. Oh, none have been released on CD. Yes, they have. Hold on. I actually did try and keep them all in one place, so we might be lucky. Let me see if I can, without knocking everything over. I did try to keep these all together. So let's be friends. And they are Sony BMG releases. You'll Never Walk Alone. I got lucky, the American cover. Flaming Star. They all have big FBI anti-piracy warnings on the back, which they don't have on the regular albums, which is a bit odd. Burning Love, Completely Wasted, and Hits from the Movies would have been far better off on my album. Separate Ways should not have been on a Camden, it should have been on my album. Hits from the Movies Volume 1. The US Mail, now this one has got a RCA Special Products. Separate Ways, the UK cover. interesting, this one just says Camden. And it even says digitally remastered. This is interesting. This is the Camden You'll Never Walk Alone, but with a completely different cover. Camden Classics and Almost in Love, which was the last one I managed to track down. So there you go. Separate Ways 71p. Oh, the CDs did use different mixes quite often over to the original Camden. You know, the funny thing is, I bought all these, I've never actually played any of them. That's something I'll have to get round to. Right, I'm going to try and put these back so I don't lose them. I have a nasty habit of moving things and not putting them back, and then I can't find them. But at least I knew where they were. No, I meant the 80s Camden LPs. Oh, the ones released after he died. I have seen CD versions of them. They were quite expensive, so I'm sure they are out there. David, I was listening to CD Totally Stung in the week. Had it sometime, I never played it. Amusing to hear Elvis swearing when he goofed up. Yep. Never heard him swear on any 50s before. I don't recall. It's funny to hear that. Right, we'll definitely join you next time, but I'm about to head out for a run. Blimey, that's far too energetic. Thank you. We'll look forward to next time. Alan West. Steve, are you familiar with the Camden released pictures of Elvis? I haven't got a CD version of it. I wonder if there is one. I've got... isn't that the German one? Pictures of Elvis, I'm trying to think. Let me check my... I'm sure I've got it. It all gets very confusing after a while. Pictures of Elvis. Is that the one on the Starcall label? Pictures of Elvis, RCA Starcall, Pictures of Elvis, RCA International. Yeah, I'm sure that's the one. Not the German one. I do have it, yeah. Well, I've got it on album, vinyl. I think that was an RCA release. I've got two albums in my head. I know the Starcall one, but I've also got in my head a German one, which is, I think it's got the picture of him from the Raised on Rock cover on it. It should be here somewhere, but the chances of me finding it are not great. Okay, so that's the Starcall pictures of Elvis. Is that the one? That's the international one, and I've also got the Starcall one, which in theory should be next to it. Oh, makes a change, and it is. So that's the Starcall. So what's the German one I'm thinking of? Pull always bought the Camden. I remember them releasing Kissing Cousins and Girls Goes Girls. Yep. We do the thing with all the soundtracks. Now, my understanding is Camden couldn't release an album that was still in RCA production. So some of the soundtracks have gone out of production, which meant they could release them. That's my understanding of it, unless anybody knows differently. PJL1 8079. Look. Oh yeah, the one with the Raised on Rock picture. Yeah, I do have that. That's the one that came into my head when you first said it. So where is it? Let me consult my list again. I have started to add on my list a sort of rough location. Let me see. So where is it on my list? Not on my list, but I know I've got it. This is one of the problems with my list. I bring things over, put them away, and forget to add them, and then I totally forget. I would have thought I'd have kept them together. I do have a copy of it somewhere. Spend a lot of time on my side trying to find I thought it was here somewhere. I can't spot it. It's probably somewhere here. I know mine is a German copy. The US version of Pictures of Elvis on the Tanley was one of the rarest, $500. Wow, have you got one? Paul, since I've been watching Steve, I've been to the loo at least 3 times. No, it's weird. You shouldn't have said that because now you'll make me think about it. Isn't that strange? I'd probably have to go now. You've put it in my head. Warren, hello. Alan, Takeoff series. Guys, do you still have the Promised Land album you bought as a youngster? I do. It's got sellotape holding it together, but it's one of my sentimental prizes. I'd saved up pocket money because, of course, it was released on the 8th of January, Elvis's 40th birthday. My mum and dad were going into town, and I asked her to get it for me. And she came back, and she pulled out a brown paper bag and handed it to me. And I always remember seeing that cover for the first time. In the UK, it was a glossy cover, and this solid black, and there he is in that peacock jumpsuit. Just wow. And the excitement of putting it on the turntable and listening to those songs, and I played it over and over again. I was just blown. I think it's a fantastic album that was very underrated. So I've got many other copies since, of course, but that first copy is special to me. I associate it with my mum and with being a young fan. It was the first new Elvis record that I bought when it came out. The excitement of reading about it in Elvis monthlies, and it appeared in the newspapers. Elvis's 40th birthday, this new album's coming. The excitement of waiting for that record and having it in my hands. Alan, yes, made in Germany. Yeah, I do have a copy of it, which I'm now going to have to find and add to my database. I should be more disciplined. I wonder where it is. Can't see why it wouldn't be there in that section, but couldn't see it. I was watching recently, there's I forget the name of the channel, he's a German chap. Does his videos in German, but there's English subtitles. And he was telling the story about how in 1976, a German representative of some business people was sent over to Lake Tahoe to meet Colonel Parker with an offer of 5 million Deutschmarks for Elvis to perform in Germany. And he got to see Parker, and Parker just dismissed him out. And David, do you remember all the press adverts and hype for the Reader's Digest box set? I do. I did a video on it, and I looked up some of the adverts from the time. Yeah. I don't remember if there was a television advert. There probably was, but I don't recall it. Whereas I do remember the Elvis 40 Greatest advert. And I've tried to find it, but I just can't find a copy of it anywhere. But I did find other surprising adverts. I even found a 1957 advert for the American Christmas album, which surprised me. A television advert. Rob, on the Bob Dylan gospel songs that Elvis could have done justice to. Yeah, there's a lot. I can imagine Elvis sat at the piano singing Every Grain of Sand and When He Returns and I Believe in You. There was a Texan Christian singer called Larry Norman. Had some songs that I think Elvis would have done justice to. Right. Larry Norman, why does that? Maybe it's not him, but something about that name is familiar. Larry Norman. Maybe it's Barry Norman. I don't know. It sounded familiar. I remember back years ago, some woman had a number one hit single in the UK with a song, and I remember thinking, Elvis could have sung that. I don't know if you remember it. It was called One Day at a Time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus, that's all I'm asking from you. And Elvis was dead. But I remember thinking, I bet Elvis could have sung this. Sweet, sweet Son of Salvation, I wish we'd all been ready. I did put a notepad. I'll look him up. People tell me things, and then the next morning I wake up and I can't remember any of it. Alexander's off. It must be very late there. Thanks for coming on. And see you next time. I look forward to your next video. Rob, Cliff Richard recorded some of his songs, right? It always makes me laugh that Cliff Richard wanted to record There's a Honky Tonk Angel until he found out that a Honky Tonk Angel was a prostitute, and then he decided he didn't want to record it. That's a bit silly. David, Lena Martell, that was her name. Yes. Oh, I remember that Chris Christopherson co-wrote it. All right. now we can blame Paul, but I need to go to the toilet, which I didn't before Paul mentioned it. It's psychological. Talk amongst yourselves, I won't be long. There you go. We're good for another 3 hours. Adam challenged me to do a 24-hour stream. I said if people want to watch me snoring in front of the computer, they can. Don't forget to wash your hands. Don't wash my hands. I need a shower. Jesus Christ. Sweltered. Larry Norman's only visiting this planet is the only Christian LP ever to be inducted into the Library of Congress. Really? Hmm. Anyway, I once heard a chap sing John Longthorne's When Your Old Wedding Ring Was New in an Elvis style. I don't know that song. Oh, there's a lot of songs I wish he'd done. If they'd given him his own recording studio at home, I'm sure we'd have lots of new recordings. We've still got 22. As some people leave, some people join it. It sort of hovers around the same figure. Gals, I think Elvis performed too much Vegas, 2 shows a day. Yeah. And not only was it too much energy, it must have been so boring singing the same songs over and over again. I know we say that he could have changed it. Of course, when he did try to change it, he had to change it back. We certainly got a good workout. Rob, last stream, you professed your love for Black Sabbath to just check out the final bow. I've seen some clips of it. He sounded surprisingly good. I wasn't expecting him to be able to do it. Must have been great for the four of them to get back together one last time. There aren't many old bands that I would like to get back together. I'm sure that most of them would be quite disappointing now. But, I was expecting the worst, yeah. I thought it went off quite well. From what I've seen, I'm sure we'll get to see it all eventually. Bill taking his shirt off. No, you shouldn't take your shirt off at that age. Oh dear. It's astonishing when you look at the wide discrepancy. I mean, it's just an absolute chasm between the music that gets into the charts. Well, I call it music. I mean, you can't really call it music anymore. That gets into the charts to what people do live, proper musicians. It's just a complete night and day. Paul, bringing back Sonny West book, Elvis seems such a mess towards the end. We've all read and aware of the story, yet Jim Dragon gives a completely different perspective. Yeah, he did seem to be lost. I don't know, and we don't know, but the image I have of Elvis at the end is a man who just felt completely uncomfortable in his own skin for medical reasons, and because I think artistically he was just lost. And what's sad is there are indications that have come from various people that he had recognised that he was in a difficult position and that he was taking steps to turn it round. There's no good time to die, but Linda Thompson's still a great looking bit of totty. Yep. Yeah. As we saw earlier in that very surprising box set, which I've had all this time and never actually opened. So that was quite a surprise when I opened it. Now, I'm looking forward to the Baz new Elvis. I'm very excited. I think it will live up to the hype. I'm very excited about what he's found and how he's going to present it. The one thing I don't want is for any other artist to be featured. I don't want anyone singing Elvis's songs or anything like that. He did say something that made me sort of think, oh, what does he mean by that? He said something about contemporary something about music. And I thought, I hope he's not saying that there's going to be other artists on there. I don't think he is, but it did make me sort of stop a bit. If you think about it, though, unreleased footage from That's the Way It Is and On Tour, how can it not be good? And to see him on the big screen is just going to be amazing. I hope Baz found footage from the opening. That would be a dream. I don't think it exists, but it would be a dream if they could, if there was footage. But then again, who knew that there was footage of him in the black outfit in Vegas in '69? Something I'd never dreamt of. Yet now we know it exists because we've seen it. David, funny I think of Elvis when I have soft boiled eggs and toast for brekkie afternoon. Request that recording session. It's strange how little things get in your brain, isn't it? Well, Baz always strikes me as such a wired guy. He really seems to get Elvis and is very aware of what the fans want. Yep, he's a fan. That's the great thing. We've got an actual fan doing all this. Rob, left field thought, do you remember Dred Zeppelin? I do remember Dred Zeppelin, yes. I can't say I listened to them, but I'm a big fan of Led Zeppelin. Got all their albums up at the back. See, which Sun records do you have? I have two. It was my dream to have one, but then it was actually the record dealer's idea. Have a 45 and a 78. So Baby Let's Play House and Left Your Right She's Gone, and it does have push marks, which is ideal because that means it was made in Memphis. And then Mystery Train, I forgot to remember to forget, 78. The sleeve is reproduction. They would have come in a brown, plain brown. Same with this. Sam got these sleeves done using the money that he got from Elvis, so none of Elvis's singles would have been released in this sleeve. But it's the iconic sleeve, so Yeah, and it is an original sleeve. So that's my 2. They have sort of scratched that itch. Of course, I'd like to have all 5, but I don't feel, you know, it was always my dream to have a Sun record. So I've got one. I've got that dream. Never sort of dreamt that I could get all 5. If I had the opportunity, I would. But I don't sort of crave it like I did having one. Vincenzo, I wish there was a tape recorder going on when Elvis met the Beatles. It would have been interesting. Rob, there is a doc of them on Netflix. Oh, Dred Zeppelin, right. The Untold Story. David Smith, why should I drink from just one? I can drink from 20, exactly. Hi ho, foldy roll. Now earlier, when I played that video, did it work? Could you see and hear it? Because I don't know, I've never tried it before. Guys, is it possible to swatch your clothing in work records? It's did actually themselves. Yes, now who was it? Somebody who worked for RCA did an interview, and he said he was personally sent to Graceland where several boxes of clothing had been put to one side. He picked it up and took it back to the offices to be cut up. But when he emptied the boxes, he found in there, get this, the white If I Can Dream suit and the black leather 68 special suit. And he was an Elvis fan. He recognized them and he said, we're not cutting those up. And he got them sent back to Graceland. That's how close we came to them being destroyed. Elvin, the Colonel made sure there was tape records of pictures for the reason of the Beatles apparent. The 3 pictures were leaked out to the press. I made sure there was tape records of pictures. All right. So is it possible there is something? Yes, all good with the video. Right, thanks. I could see it, no volume though. Okay. 70 Tours a tough listening partners found. I hope they continue the series right up to the Indie show. I want them to do the Indianapolis show. And maybe NRS can try and clean the sound up. Elvin, I could see the video but couldn't hear it. Right. So I need to work on the sound. Paul, the Beatles and Elvis, I was lucky enough to work on the rebuild. I remember you saying. Yeah. You didn't steal part of the floor, did you? Like that Scottish chap who's doing videos now. It seems whenever he went somewhere that Elvis lived, he pinched a tile off the floor. David, tonight be a great chat. Shall I order some cheeseburgers? I think we're set for the night. Adam challenged me to do 24 hours. The good thing is, as I said earlier, I'm now off work for a week. So I can do whatever I want. I've got nothing planned because I was just going to rest. So I can make some videos. Elvin, the pictures in the Elvis Beatles files, but volume 4, I believe, if you have it. I don't have it, no. The only picture I can actually remember seeing is the one where they're saying goodbye. So what are the other pictures then? I would be surprised if I haven't seen them, but they're not coming to mind. Oh, I wish the original house had gone. Right. Okay. Like when my parents, many years ago when I was a kid, they went to Rome for a break. And as parents always do, what do you want me to bring you back? So of course my brother and sisters were, they wanted this, that and the other. So what do you want me to bring you back? And I said a small piece of marble from the Roman Forum, because I was always mad about Roman history. And I've still got it. It's just a tiny little piece of marble. And they said it was, from a building, bits of rubble. Picked it up, put it in a little bag, brought it home. That's my piece of the Roman Forum. And I'm convinced Julius Caesar stood on it at some point when he made a speech. And Cicero. And Augustus. Every Roman emperor stood on this piece of marble. There's no doubt about it. It's my little touch with history. JJR, hello. Elvis house taken from a distance in California. Right. I'll have to have a look. I don't remember any other pictures. As I said earlier, I'll see if I can do something with the sound. When I was looking for the Elvis 40 Greatest TV commercial, which I can't find, so if anybody knows where it is, I would be interested to know. I did come across some surprising videos, which I'd not seen before. If I can remember where I put them, I'll see if I can put the sound up. The thing is, I have to recognize them from the shot that I've got on my screen. Let's see if I can. Now here's one. Let's try this one. So why isn't the sound coming up? Try. Anybody seen that before? I thought that was really interesting. Harold, hello. Caesar's safe frame speech infamy. Oh dear. I remember my local Elvis fan club flogging garden leaves, didn't I? Oh, with no sound. Right. Wonder why that. So some people can see and hear it, and some can't. I'll have to try and find out. This is all a learning experience at the moment. When I first started this, there was a horrible echo. But Tom worked out what the problem was, so we got rid of that. Let's see if I can spot. There was another very interesting advert. If I can see it. Where is it? I know that I downloaded it, and I don't see it. Ah, right. So we'll try this one. Again, I had no idea that this advert existed.
Holiday season songs like Peace in the Valley. And I'm looking also, White Christmas, Here Comes Santa Claus, a full dozen seasonal favorites. And then it happened. The girls discovered 9 full-color photographs of Elvis right in the album. Now, how do you divide 9 pictures of Elvis evenly between 2 girls? Big Sis has one answer. 5 for Little Sis, 4 for herself, and to leave it off, she's going to buy Elvis' latest pop recording of Sweet Me Nuts. And that does it. Everybody seems to be happy, and so are you too. When you hear the new Elvis Christmas album at your RCA Victor Dinners now.
I thought that was interesting. I didn't know such a thing existed. Can see picture, can't hear sound. Right. I'll look into it to see how I can boost it. There must be a way to bring it up. I was finding all these old television adverts for albums that I'd never seen. Oops, let's just close this. You end up with loads of different windows open, and then you start to get confused. Okay, where were we? David, I've got the 40 greatest newspaper advert, full-page spread. Yep, part of my work, I have access to the newspaper archive, and I always look for those things. Your shows go on longer than Ken Dodd's. You're going to wait for a hook to come and pull me off. Are you off now then? You have to have stamina. Us Leeds fans have got the stamina. We can keep going. Harold, it must be late there. Ginger, I was supposed to be waking up early tomorrow to head for the Jeff Lynne at Hyde Park. A shame. Why? What's happened? Has something happened? Cancelled due to illness. Oh, that's a bugger. For 17 years, I had to do shift work. The thought now of staying awake all night kills me. I don't think I could do it. The soundtrack of my youth was partially soundtracked by 40 Greatest, absolutely. Cancelled due to an infection. Oh. That's a bugger, looking forward to a concert all this time and getting so close to it. I remember me and several mates were getting into a car to go to London to see Guns N' Roses. And just as we were about to leave, the phone went. It was my sister. And she said, you know, the concert's been cancelled. If she'd have rung a minute later, we'd have been in the car on the way to London. So we never did get to see her. Steve live streams on marathons on their own. Yeah, it's been cancelled. Falls off to bed to dream of Linda Thompson. Oh dear. Oh, there's a 1973 commercial for Elvis mail order album. Oh, I shall have a look. I'm starting to collect them. Strange seeing the Christmas album in black and white. Yeah. I do wonder where that advert was shown. I'm assuming it was a television advert, but I don't know. Obviously in America, not here. It was supposed to be his farewell concert. They're not going to reschedule it. Wow. You would have thought if it's his farewell concert, you'd want to do it. As Paul's going off to dream of Linda, we'll give him one last look. Volume 3. The most unexpected Elvis record cover in history. Linda Thompson in the Jungle Room. People have speculated about his health. Well, I think it's too much to wait. Wow, that's a shame. To spend your whole life in music and then not get a chance to do your farewell show. An old Woolworths advert at Christmas showed Elvis Camden Christmas albums along with Jim Reeves. Right. Don't remember it, but I have found others, mostly from America, of course, but I can't be too sad. I saw Oasis last night. Oh, wow. Not everyone's cup of tea, but they were amazing. Right. Paul, we saw Barbara Streisand in Hyde Park about 6 years ago. Incredible. I'd be annoyed to say the least. Yeah. Linda playing Jane, yeah. There's a booklet in there with other pictures as well. I can understand now why that set fetches so much money. Maybe it's on YouTube. Right, I shall have a look for that one then. Always Christmas. Maybe put together a video of TV adverts for Elvis records. Adam's back, you've survived. Yeah, the box set is unexpected. It's very strange. I ordered it before my heart attack and it arrived when I was in hospital. And I completely forgot about it. And it was on a shelf in all boxed up, I know, for a long time. And one day I found it, and I didn't even remember ordering it. And it's only yesterday that I actually opened the box to see what was in it, and it was a bit of a surprise what was in it. It's the Jungle Room sessions, but the brochure and one of the albums is based around pictures of Linda Thompson in a bikini sitting around various parts of the Jungle Room. When somebody told me it fetches about $300, now I can understand why. Oh dear. Do you want to pop on, Adam? Or anybody else? If you want to come on, I've had several people on. We know it works. We are now at 4 hours and 26 minutes. So 19 and a half hours to go. The 1982 Elvis medley, is this available on CD? The single, I've got a CD single of it. The album, I honestly can't remember. Anybody know? Has anybody got it? I'm sure there must be a CD of it. I know I've got the single on vinyl and CD. I don't remember an album. A CD of it. The album. Starting to babble. Poor Elvis was also seeing Sheila Ryan at the same time as Linda, very odd. And Linda was seeing David Briggs, who just died, all very odd. Yep, sounds like a soap opera, doesn't it? Everybody ends up sleeping with everybody, eventually. Whew. Well, it hasn't cooled down much. I'm hoping it would be a lot cooler by now. So after David Briggs died, we're down to the last few members of the TCB band, aren't we? Alan, I've been cooking and drinking all day for 46 guests. Jesus. In this heat as well. It's been bad enough just sitting here. I don't know, tonight it just doesn't seem to be getting that much cooler. I bet the cat sat outside waiting to come in, thinking, where the hell is he? I believe the Elvis medley is included on the new 5-CD European release featuring Guitar Man and I Was the One. Oh yeah, Adam was showing that. I haven't got that. Guys, what is your favourite Elvis documentary? That's I have to remember. Been quite a few now, haven't there? I suppose for covering his life, would you call it a documentary? I think This Is Elvis is probably the best look at his life, you know, using Elvis footage overall. That's the way it is. It depends what you mean by documentary. I mean, that's the way it is a documentary. But, I would say if somebody was only going to watch one, it should be This Is Elvis, because that's the complete story using Elvis. Adams burnt. Oh dear. Heat wave here in Toronto, 33. Yeah. Harold, any new records? I have. I showed them at the beginning. Obviously, new people have turned up. Oh, so finally got a copy of Live in Dallas, the Dutch fan club RCA Special Products album, which I wanted for a while. I finally picked one of those up. Something I didn't know I wanted until I saw it. The Brazilian Memórias de Natal. What's nice is the calendar's on the back, and it's in Brazilian. Surprisingly cheap. Elvis Country, Time Life. So I got one more Time Life vinyl to find. It was sealed when I got it, so I unsealed it because you have to. Just to give people a heart attack who don't open things. Finally picked up a copy of Current Audio Magazine #1. Apparently there never was a #2, even though they sold subscriptions. Which of course contains the Madison Square Garden press conference and is not a bootleg, it's a legitimate release, even though RCA tried to stop it. My 49th French 71 single, so I've got one more to find. And last but certainly not least, my 47th copy of Blue Hawaii, and the strangest one of all, a 10-inch album with a very strange cover, Asia record. Same on both sides. There is a lyric sheet. And the lyrics seem to be correct. But best of all, there's the record label, which I think is wonderful. Elvis Reslip in Blue Hawaii. Track 1, Brew Hawaii. So whoever was transcribing the English, literally, I think, transcribed what they were saying. I think that's great. Elvis Reslip in Blue Hawaii. Will PMSL. Is that code? Oh, I left a bid on something on eBay. Let's see if I won it. I decided not to wait till the last minute because I was going to be on here. I may have sacrificed an Elvis record to do this. Let me see. Did I get it or not? I did. And I was the only bid. It's actually not so easy to find. So it's the UK for LP fans only, which wasn't called for LP fans only in the UK, but it's the red spot. Somebody was selling one for 40 quid, and I just got it for £8.99. So let me pay for it. I do like to pay for things very quickly. Done. Excellent. So that's another one I can cross off the list. Well, looking toasty, it's very warm here. And even though it's gone 11:30 at night, it doesn't seem to be getting cooler. Oops. There you go. Oh, is that what the code means? Not one I was aware of. They had the orange parades in Northern Ireland today, 12th of July. And I was watching and listening to the music online. Because of the history and that, I like to see the banners and the flags to see what they are. And it's rather unfortunate in a way that when they formed the Loyal Orange Lodges, so all the banners have got LOL on them, which in a modern context looks a bit strange. Well, you must have paid a few quid for that collection, starting to cool down a little in Scotland. I try not to think about how much I've spent. I think we're getting to the stage where I could have paid my mortgage off with what I've spent on records, but don't tell my wife. Paul, I played that album tonight. I have 2 variations of the red spot. Ah, interesting. I've got the large silver spot. I've got the large orange and small orange labels reserved. So now I've got a red spot. I've got the Spanish, which has got a slightly different cover. It's got a red border. I've got an American, but I can't remember which American have I got. Not the first. I need the first. And I've got some of the represses, and of course the music on vinyl. There's still a few to go. So they did. That was an odd program on the telly about it. Oh, I didn't see it. I watched on YouTube. They were broadcasting live the march, the parade. David, I have indeed. I do need to remember to keep topped up. Problem is drinking. I keep a bottle of water with me when I'm working and that. But you have to pee every 5 minutes. Oddly, for 3 hours tonight, I didn't pee until Paul reminded me I hadn't, and then I had to. Psychological. We'll have a few variations. Great album. I shall have to consult Paul's book, because it's not an album I paid a lot of attention to. I had, like the ones I've got, but I'd never really looked into the variations. And but now that I've got these new ones, I'll have to have a close look. Will, you should do a live where we can show some special items. This is it. People have been on tonight. If you want to come on, come on. I've said if people want to come on, say hello, show us something, you are welcome to. If you want to do it, I'll send you the link. Anybody else, if you want to come on and say hello. Everyone has survived the experience. Tom in America is going to start his own channel. that's the link. All you'd have to do is click the link, and then you appear in the, what would you call it, the waiting room of the studio, and I can see you there, and then I can put you in. So if you want to come on and show us your US Speedway mono promo, David, the CD version, the US difference to the UK LP fans only. It does. It's quite funny that on these earlier albums where there's track differences, we seem to get the better track selection in the UK. Paula did that tonight, Clear Books. They certainly are. There's a lot of work in those books. I hate to say I realise that my HMV original album is the 57 pressing. Oh. Will, I'm up for that. Well, there you go. You just click on that link I just posted, and you'll be in the waiting room. I've had, what, 5 or 6 people come on tonight already. And more I'm seeing about the Elvis evolution, it's not looking impressive. We were talking about this earlier this evening. No, it looks quite disappointing. I'm just hoping that there's enough there that people who go will get some enjoyment out of it. But it's nothing like we first thought it was going to be. Oh dear. I think I shall have to have a shower before I go to bed. I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. David, in regard to Twitch of the albums, I established the HMV logo was bottom centre on the first release, but bottom left thereafter. Bottom centre first, bottom left thereafter. I actually can't remember what mine are. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's up there. I'll have to have a look. Elvin, does that 73 mean when you became a fan? That's when I can definitely remember, and when I joined the fan club, yeah. My mum says I was a fan before I could walk. She always tells a story about me as a baby, which I did tell in one of my videos, the King Creole one I did not too long ago, at the beginning. My origin story, if I was a comic superhero. And she said they knew that I would be an Elvis fan before I could walk. The 73 is when I joined the fan club, and I sort of have memories of being a fan. Hopefully 1+ with this weather. Lose a little weight. Yeah. Hope you're keeping it. I am, thank you. I've been feeling really good. Wednesday I've got an appointment at the hospital with the cardiologist, and fingers crossed he's going to discharge me from his care, because I'm still under his care. But I feel better than I have since the heart attack. the attacks of tightness in my chest, fingers crossed, have stopped. They did say when I had the heart attack that it could take 2 to 3 years for everything to settle down. And August the 13th, it will be the second anniversary of it happening. So hopefully I can put that behind me, though I have to be aware of what I do, what I eat. And of course, always take my medication, but I am good at that. David, that PO Box Leicester thing still going? No. But it's only quite recently that Todd Slaughter gave up ownership of the fan club. It's now in other hands, and they're revamping it. There is a website. It's worth joining. They are bringing back the what would you call it? The Elvis convention. They're holding one this year. Unfortunately, it's in Ipswich, which is a pretty awkward place for me to get to. And I still find it difficult to do long journeys. But they have updated the fan club badge. So anybody who was a fan back then, I've still got my original, I don't know if the camera will pick it up, the original fan club badge. And they have now done a revamped version of it, which you can now buy. If I can get it on. So they've still got the old badge inside. And it says, if I can read it, the official Elvis Presley fan club of Great Britain. There you go. And I believe, because I looked into it, that it is the second oldest fan club in the world, Bing Crosby being the first. Though I do wonder how active the Bing Crosby fan club is. Does it still exist? Thanks, Will and Elvin. Paul is giving up. I don't know. Thanks for coming in and joining in. We'll get you to come on one day. Say hello to everyone. You can have a lie-in in the morning. I'll see you next time. Rob, you look a lot better. Thank you. I feel a lot better. Will, I spent a week in Ipswich one day. It does feel like that sort of place. Is there anybody from Ipswich? Somebody's got to be from Ipswich, I suppose. It's such a difficult place to get to. I know you can do it, but I did look into it, and I think it would require 3 trains and 2 buses, and probably a taxi. And whilst I'm feeling better, I don't have the stamina that I used to have. And long journeys, I do start to get uncomfortable. So I just don't think I'll be able to do it. Which is a shame, because I know there are some other YouTubers who are going to be there, and it would be nice to meet them. Anyway, every Christmas I got the special annual. Absolutely, I remember those. Got them all in mint condition, no writing. You didn't fill in the crosswords. I used to have them with a box full of Elvis monthlies. And when I went to Finland, I came back 3 years later, the box was gone. Will, do you have any favourite items in your collection? I do. There are different items for different reasons. My dad's copy of King Creole single, for the reasons that I explained in my video on King Creole. First Elvis record I ever heard, first record in my collection. The only Elvis record my dad ever bought. So that's a special one. My original copy of Promised Land is special, because I associate that with my mum. and being the first newly released Elvis record that I bought the day it was released, with pocket money that I'd saved up. My Sun records, that was a dream I'd always had, to own a Sun record. The New Zealand Christmas album, something that I absolutely fell in love with the moment I first saw it in a book, and never dreamt I'd actually have one. So it's things I tend to associate with people in the past, I suppose. I think as you get older, you get sentimental. And I do find myself looking back on my childhood and a family that doesn't exist anymore. Both my parents are dead. I haven't seen my brother probably in 5 years. Don't see much of my sisters, though I do keep in touch with them. So, and our dog, of course. And our family is no more. So anything that sort of brings back memories of that, we sort of cling on to. Great to look back on those memories. Pity your dad couldn't drop the King Creole cinema poster. Oh, one of my regrets. My parents met because my dad was a cinema projectionist and my mum was an usherette. And my mum used to bring home the posters. I clearly remember having on my bedroom wall a big poster for Where Eagles Dare and A Bridge Too Far and various films rolled up. I have no idea what happened to them. It obviously got thrown out at some point by somebody, but no idea. But it is a shame that I didn't grab those posters, though they might have ended up thrown out as well. Rob, sad you don't meet up with your siblings. It is. But, you know, like all families, things happen. My brother is very unlike me. You know, I would do anything for my mum. She came first. My brother would just exploit her at every opportunity. My sisters, they've got their own families, their own lives. We're all quite different. Yeah. Just the way it is. Yep, those old posters would be worth some money now. They would. Now even the cinema doesn't exist anymore that they worked in. It's now a block of smart apartments. Oh dear. Families fall out, it's what happens, isn't it? Do you get to see your wife's family? I've met them twice. Of course, it's not impossible, but it's difficult to go to Russia at the moment, and I frankly wouldn't want to go. I'm very much on the side of Ukraine, as I think most people are. A good friend of mine who is a lieutenant colonel is very involved in training Ukrainians, and it's heartbreaking when he talks about, you know, these young guys coming over to train, determined to fight. They want to do their bit, and he said most of them will probably end up dead. But what else can they do? In fact, originally my wife's parents lived in a place called Orel, O-R-E-L, which is not far from Kursk. where the big tank battle took place in World War II. But her dad died, and that was during lockdown, so she couldn't go back for the funeral. And her mum moved to be with her sons and his family, and they live in Sevastopol of all places. So she wants to go to visit them, and I said, no, you're not going. She would have to fly to Turkey first. But to get to Sevastopol means either flying in, which obviously has risks, or going over that damn bridge, which could be hit at any time. And I said to her, I'm not prepared to risk it. You can't go until there's peace. So it's a very difficult situation. Never out of that room. She says that sometimes. You care more about your records than you do about me. Yes, dear. Funny how records bring back memories. They do. I always think around I bought with pocket money. I played it till it was worn out. Yeah. Like all my Camdens, my original Camdens, they're held together with sellotape. And I've bought replacements, but I would never get rid of those originals because every single one of them, when I look at them, I can remember things about them. They all bring back memories. Lots of sad news there is indeed. Harold, any new CDs? What's the last CDs I bought? I did, but what did it? Yeah, I did get a CD. I haven't bought that many lately. When I look on eBay, I don't buy all of these unofficial CDs that now turn up everywhere. I don't see the point because they're just knocking them out. But I do look out for officially released things that I don't have. And I did get one, and for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was. So it was obviously important. I've probably stuck it on the top of a... I remember. Time Life. It was a Time Life CD. I'm trying to complete the set. I had to get this from America. Okay, so it's Elvis Country, but it's a special edition. Why is it a special edition? Because it says special edition on it. I couldn't find one for sale here, so I had to get one shipped over from America. And the shipping was more than the CD. So now I've got 2 to find. There is another one called Elvis Country, the standard one, which is a 2 CD set. This is a single CD. So the special thing about it is you don't get as much music. So that's the only new CD I've bought recently. Bill Smith, 99p back in the day for Camdens. Yeah, I can remember 50p originally. I can't remember what the first Camden was I got. I've got a feeling it was either US mail or I got lucky. Now, of course, I'm interested in looking for these Australian, Italian and French Camdens with completely different covers, which I wasn't aware of until I saw them start to appear on eBay. There's always something new to collect. I have the full timeline set. I think it's 15 CD doubles. Yeah, that set's really nice. So how many have I got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right, so I've got 16 and I've got 2 to find. because as well as the set, because of course you get the set where the, I don't know if you have to see, they all look like that on the edge. But there are others. So that's Time Life love songs, but it's not part of that set. So from that set, the only one I need is the Treasures 1970 to whenever. And there's another, I think it's called an anniversary disc that I need to get. David, I love the Legendary Performer albums and the booklets. Yeah, they were very nice. Of course, they were the forerunners. Because you went Legendary Performer, Rare Elvis, Essential Elvis, FTD. So Legendary Performer was like the forerunner of all that. And of course, it began before Elvis died. I started looking at unreleased recordings. So I've got all the UK versions and the picture disc. That's one set that I don't have any alternative versions of. I just have the standard UK discs and the picture disc. I suppose they aren't as interesting because the foreign versions are the same, basically. I like the variations, different covers and different things on them. As you can tell by the insanity around me. I must put things back where they belong. Still have lots of albums on the floor that I haven't filed yet. Oh dear. Well, we've made it into Sunday here in the UK. I'm sure some of you are already well into Sunday. But I can sleep in the morning. Doesn't matter, missing the opening of the cricket, probably be a draw. Unless England give us one of their famous collapses, which is always possible. Harold, do you have the Christmas Time Life CD? I do, yes. Yep. That's in that pile there. So they all look the same, so picking one out from this distance would be very difficult. Yeah, the only one of those that I'm missing is the Treasures 1970 to 76. The interesting thing is, when these came out, they all had a bonus track on them, which it claimed was unreleased. So this one, unreleased bonus cut, King of the Whole Wide World. And I've never actually played any of them to find out. Obviously, it's going to be a different take. Unreleased bonus track, Knight Rider. So I don't know if anybody's actually listened to them. Well, RCA mid-70s they started. David, it's midnight. But they say it's midnight and they miss you. Time for a Scooby snack. That actually sounds like a good idea. I haven't eaten anything for... Well, I mean, I've been on for 5 hours. I think I must have broken my record. I suppose I should have a Scooby snack as well. Well, having said that, in my bag, I have my essential emergency rations. Custard creams. Now you are supposed to have a cup of tea with custard cream, but that would mean going and making it. And in this seat, I don't think that's a good idea. I wonder if at the Elvis Evolution American Diner, they're going to have peanut butter and banana fried sandwiches on the menu. Would they be that tacky? And knowing the way these things work, because they usually get a lot of things wrong, it would probably say, according to Gladys's recipe. Okay. Don't forget the bacon. And the grits. What are grits? It doesn't sound good. Do you want grits with that? No thanks. Will's off to bed. Thanks for coming in and see you next time. Next time you'll have to come on and show us some records. I've still got 21, it hasn't dropped. As one goes off, one seems to join. David, I think grits are biscuits of a fashion. Right. They should come up with a better name. Oh dear. Ouch. Grits are like porridge made out of dried corn. It's not sounding good. You're not selling me on it. Oh, I missed something. For years I couldn't get past the thought of turning a record over after 2 tracks. So glad I purchased the 45 version of Blue Hawaii. Absolutely. It is. You are up and down all the time, but the sound quality is just so good. Same with the Gold Records Volume 3. Once you hear them that way, you can't go back to hearing any other way. You have to play those. But as you said, you basically have to sit by the record player. Well, you're off. Thanks for coming on and see you next time. Well, absolutely. Though eating custard creams without a cup of tea, I don't know, it just seems like sacrilege. Harold, going to get the new Elvis box set, Sunset Boulevard? Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it. The 2 tracks that they've released so far, the Burning Love with the wah wah guitar and TRUB, I've really liked. So hopefully it's going to be good. Hopefully they've learnt from the Memphis set. And I like the album cover. It fits in nicely with the other session albums they've put out. David, the 60 CD box set, what is missing? No, it's in concert, Having Fun Stage, $1 Million Quartet, any others? Well, can you say that Having Fun is missing? Because it was a boxcar release, wasn't it? I know RCA did one. It depends how complete you want to be. $1 Million Quartet. I haven't looked in it for a long time. Did they go after Elvis's death? I thought that's why Elvis in Concert wasn't there. Maybe I've got it wrong. Depends where you draw the line, doesn't it? Of the original albums, offhand I can't remember. What we need, of course, is a similar set, but with the UK releases, and then the Japanese releases, and then the French releases, and then the German. They could do a whole series. Jesus, gonna have to save up. See if Zach Crawley and Ollie Pope are going to surprise us with centuries. Who knows? Anything's possible. Just never feel comfortable watching England bat. I always imagine that the collapse is just around the corner. Not like when Boycott used to be batting. Those were the days. True, I added the card release of Welcome to My World. Yeah, from memory, they planned that release before Elvis died. It wasn't something they did because he died. I think it was already planned to be released. Elvin, we need an Elvis mono Elvis set, not digital like people's mono box set. First class 100 at Eddingly for Sir Geoffrey. Yep. He was my hero when I was a boy. For cricket. I don't know anything about the Beatles mono box set. Doesn't it sound good? David, I know all the songs are on there, but scattered everywhere like Separate Ways album. Yeah. If only they'd done my album instead of Fool. TSOE, good morning. So what time is it where you are? What parts of the world are just waking up? Thank you. Where in the world are you? Austria. Blimey, you're up late. When you said good morning, I thought you just got up. Does TSOE have a meaning? Scotland, everything else about it there. They released Burning Low on a Camden, they certainly did. Well, that's why they should have done my album. TSO was the spirit of it. All right. Can't make out what your logo is. It looks like a record with something on it. I guess that Austria would have had records pressed in Germany. Don't ever recall seeing an Elvis record pressed in Austria. Did you collect all sold out DVDs? No, I've never bought any of them. Do you have them? They would have just made a cup of custard creams over. I quite fancy a drink, but I'm baking. I don't know. There is the old wives' tale you hear that a hot cup of tea cools you down, which I've never understood, but you've never seen an Austrian pressing, right? I suppose there must be record plants in Austria. I'll have to have a look on Discogs at some time, see if I can find any. You never know. It's like when I was living in Finland, I couldn't find any Elvis records made in Finland. But subsequently, over the past few years, I've found 3 that were made in Finland. And I've also found a CD, and that there are others. Let me see what I think. Is that it there? Yep. So this is a Finnish Christmas CD. Joulutunnoissa. VL Musiikki, Finland. It turns out that there are a series of these that were made in Finland. Of course, the vinyl records probably that you will know is the Sentimental album, as it's called. I've also found a couple of others. I assume Austria goes with the German pressings. That would make sense, yeah. But who knows, there might be a rarity out there. A bit like the, have I put them away or not? Looks like I've actually put something away. The Horzu album, pressed in Germany, which I must have put back. I don't know how that happened. It's surprising sometimes. Somewhere like Denmark issued its own Elvis records. I do find the singles quite interesting, because the first ones, and for a while, they used drawn sleeves, so a drawing of Elvis. I do have one somewhere. But, I've been looking at the others. The early ones are quite expensive. But once I complete the French 71 singles, I need a new project. We'll see. Something else I would like to get an example of is the American military pressed records in Germany for the GIs to buy. Those are interesting. See if I can just spot something. There you go. Which one? Just see if I can spot the Finnish album. Which I think I've got a picture of. But finding it is another thing. Do you remember 60s UK album Flaming Star Summer Kisses? Yep. Yeah, I've got a copy of it. It was only available, I forgot now, it was either stereo or mono, but not in both. Quite an unusual cover as well. I just finished watching Flaming Star about an hour ago. All right. It's a good film. Good performance from Elvis. Doesn't get the credit sometimes, but he deserves. Interesting to see the cut scenes that we know exist. Oh, and I hope the next making of FTD book is GI Blues. I don't think we will see making the book until 2027. All right. Yeah, GI Blues would be good. I think in a certain way it's his best movie. I'm waiting for some stupid American academic to say that he shouldn't have played an Indian, because they won't do any research, of course. And of course, Elvis had Indian ancestry. We're still at 21. As one part of the world goes to sleep, another one wakes up. I wonder when people like music on vinyl, it would be nice if they also did some of the more interesting foreign release albums. Because there are albums that the average collector just can't justify buying. But it'd be nice to have a version of it. Things like this. Of course, we'd all like an original, but it's a very expensive record. So that was the Japanese original Loving You album cover. Many people can't afford, the outlay to buy one. But this is a wax time, so easily affordable. All right, it's not the real thing, but you've got the cover. And there are a lot of sort of classic foreign albums with interesting sleeves that they could reproduce. It wouldn't affect the originals market, because there will still always be collectors who want the original. But it would be nice for people to be able to get these exotic covers without having to lay out large sums of money. A bit like the King Creole FTD set that's got the Japanese King Creole, though as a 10-inch. Elvin, has any more information come out about the Baz? Not that I've heard. No. I'm thinking he's got to make some kind of firm announcement around the 16th of August. It would be stupid not to. That's the obvious time to announce something. They've got to be bringing it out relatively soon, I would have thought. David, I got a spare copy of the 10-inch Loving You 64 re-release, Victor, if you want it. Oh, thank you, that's very nice. Loving You 64, I'd have to check to see if I've got it or not. I'll have a look. It's amazing how many times they re-release these things. And what that tells you is they were selling, because a record company is not going to keep producing records if they don't sell. And Elvis's pretty much his entire back catalogue was constantly being repressed, which means it was selling. I think the new Baz Luhrmann project will be epic. Oh, we're all hoping so. You wouldn't think there's a chance that it couldn't, it wouldn't be, because that's the way it is in Elvis on tour. A fantastic documentaries. So, and we've seen some of the footage that exists. So cleaned up, restored, recut. It's got to be fantastic, surely. Oh, and what did you not like about the what? What did you not like about the Memphis box? Is that what is? David, we'll get it sent. You mate. Deleted the large spot one after 2 years. How do you have Elvis Golden Celebration on CD? That one. Oh, what fell on the floor? Oh, well, there you go. What fell on the floor was a Maria Teresa Thaler. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it correctly. That was a coincidence. I have various CD sets stacked up here in this long box form, and then up on the shelf up there I've got the full-size boxes. The only vinyl box I don't have yet is the Live in Las Vegas box, so I still need to find. What did you not like about the Memphis box set? I didn't like the way it was mixed. I thought the live Elvis Memphis Live was awful. There were places where entire backing musicians, vocalists just completely vanished. Bizarre. I didn't like a lot of the mixes on the Memphis 69 stuff. Don't Cry Daddy was a joke. I have no idea what they were doing there. I played a few tracks on it. I'll never play it again. I just hope and pray that nobody bought it that hasn't heard the originals, thinking that this is this iconic album, because they're going to get completely the wrong impression. So I think it was a mistake. As Starr fits Elvis very well. It does. He's very flamboyant, and Elvis was. I was reading about when Lisa Marie met Freddie Mercury, and it turns out he was an Elvis fan, and she gave him a scarf. And if you think about it, Freddie Mercury's approach to music was just like Elvis's, very bombastic, very big sound. So I think they'd have probably got on well together. We'd like MOV to release the South African jazz rock LP. Yeah, MOV could do a lot of like classic foreign albums. As I said, it'd be a nice way to get something that's not affordable out to people, so that they can have it as well. I mean, I know I'm lucky. A lot of us are lucky in that we can afford to spend hundreds of pounds on an FTD box. But there's a lot of fans out there it's just not possible. You know, their daily life comes first. They just can't do it. And it's a shame that they miss out. So any ways that they can be brought into this would be good. And I think things like music on vinyl would be a way of doing that. Lisa Marie was a huge Elton John fan, and Elton John was a huge Elvis fan. There is an interview clip on YouTube. Somebody's interviewing, and they said to him, "Have you ever asked anybody for their autograph?" And he said, "Elvis." And they said, "Did you get it?" And he said, "Oh yes," and I've still got it. Crazy little thing called love. Absolutely. You look at all like the classic stars of music. They were all Elvis fans because they understood what he did, what he achieved, how much he changed things. As they're dying out, you get new generations of fans who don't understand just what he did. They see bits of film of him and think, well, that's tame, that's nothing, I've seen this before, because they don't understand just what he did. Gunch Jorgensen and Matt Ross Spang were very disappointing lately, in my opinion. Well, what I've heard of the Sunset set has been good so far, so fingers crossed they've listened to the criticism and got it right. That's why I think the 60 CD box set is all you need if you add in concert. It is a way of getting everything. A young fans starting out today, if they just want Elvis's music, they've got so many, they can amass a really good collection quite cheaply. There are so many Elvis compilation CDs out there. I wonder what the minimum number of CDs you need to get everything that Elvis released song-wise during his lifetime would be. Now there's something to think about. There are a lot of compilation sets. I went into HMV a few months back, and for very little money you could buy all these compilations. Things like this. Country, inspirational and rock. I can't remember what this was, but it wasn't much money. And things like this, which I've seen for sale for less than £5. The Ultimate Elvis Presley Collection. We've got 3 discs for less than £5. So I didn't need them, but you got to buy them. It's less than a £5, isn't it? You've got to buy it. It's, I must sort my CDs out at some point. I thought of maybe doing a video on CD promo discs, because I've got quite a lot. I actually found out that I've got, I don't know how this happened, the first ever promo CD in the UK was a numbered limited edition. And as I was going through, somehow I've got two. I can't remember how many there were altogether. But, the annoying thing is, this one's in better condition, but it's got this company sticker on it. That one doesn't have a company sticker on it, but it's not in as good condition. Oh well, I can't complain. How much does it cost if it's free? Absolutely. I'm so glad I purchased the big Elvis Presley box, the Complete Masters, when it came out. Yeah, that's a beautiful looking set and hugely expensive. You're very lucky. A good purchase. Is it you have to buy these things when they come out? Because you just know if you don't, they're going to be out of reach. I've been thinking about this clambake set. I would like it, but do I want to spend that money on clambake? Mark, do you have the on-stage album with the hype sticker? On stage with a hype sticker. I'm at the stage now where when people ask a question like that, I'm not really sure. On stage, I think, is up. I've tried to keep all my live albums up in this sort of area. I've got some really interesting on stage. Does any of them have a hype sticker? Let's see if I can spot whereabouts they are. Here somewhere. On stage. Shall I attempt? Records on top of records. Back there. Let's see if this is a good idea. Stage. I'll grab a few and let's have a look. Alright. They don't. That's the Argentinian on stage with a lower shot on it. That's a Turkish on stage with a lower shot on it. I'm sure they were just trying to cash in on the success of a lower. There we are. Looks like I don't. Got any more? Oh, That's the which one was that? I think that's Uruguay on stage. No, I don't have one with a hype sticker on. What's your thought on MRS releases? I think they're very good and very good value for money. Very impressed with the production, what you get for your money. Impressed with their improvement of sound quality on some things. And I think they're a genuine alternative to FTD and a more affordable alternative. Finally got your collection complete except for the Pearl Harbor vinyl. That's a nice looking record, the Pearl Harbor one. It does go for a fair bit of money. I've got some vinyls, and I've got quite a few of the CDs, not all of them. I would like them to have a go at the last concert, improve the sound quality on that, see what they could come up with. So what is the sticker on the Onstage album? I can't think what it is. I better put these back, otherwise they won't get put back. I'm surprised I actually found them. It doesn't normally happen that easily. Some weight off there. Whew. I picked this up a while back. I've not listened to it. Again, they've pretty much adopted the MRS approach. 20th Century Masterworks, specially prepared liner notes by Peter Guralnick. Whew. Do you prefer raw live audience recordings or soundboard? Which was better quality? Tweeted and edited. There's room for both. It's quite thrilling sometimes to hear an audience recording, so long as you can clearly hear Elvis, to get the atmosphere. So it's nice to have both. FTD vinyl on stage with hype. I've got the FTD vinyl. That one. Great cover. Do you have the top 10 hits? Is that top 10 hits? Which country's that one? I know I've got some CDs. If I can see them. Pull them all off. The number one hits. That. Top 10 hits. Commemorative issue, is that the one you're on about? Don't have it on vinyl. The sticker says 439 suggested some price special. So no, I don't remember ever seeing that. I'll have to look that up. Have you got all the FTD vinyl? I don't. That's a sad story. When FTD started, you pretty much had to be in the fan club to get them because that's where they came through. And so when it started, of course, I started buying each one that came out. And then I moved to Finland for 3 years and stopped. And then when I came back, I started again. So there's a big gap of 3 years that I didn't have. And of course, they're now very expensive. So I have the early ones, and then I have the sort of mid and later ones, but there's this gap of ones that I don't have. I have picked a couple up at decent prices. I do look. If I see one at a reasonable price, then I'll buy it, but I'm not aiming to complete it because it's just too expensive. I recently picked up the Jungle Rooms one, which I've seen for sale sort of between £600 and £800 at its highest, and I got one for 200. So although I wasn't looking for it, when I saw it for 200, I thought, well, I'd be stupid not to buy that. So if I see them at a reasonable price, I'll pick them up. Does anyone have them all? I know there are people out there who've got everything, every vinyl, CD and book. Mal, who was on earlier, he's got a complete set. I can't believe there are still 22 people out there. Maybe they've just fallen asleep in front of their computers and left them running. How are we doing? Oh, we're approaching the 6th hour. 5 hours and 56 minutes. Blimey. I only have 2. Standing Room only and Jailhouse Rock. Well, they're 2 hard ones to find. A lot of people want Standing Room only. And the first Jailhouse Rock is you rarely see it for sale. So they would both fetch good money. Why did you just get those two then? I only collect the FTD making of books, session boxes, and MRS for live. Yeah, I can understand that. I gave up on the FTD lives because it's a lot of money and there's not a lot of variation. Once you've got several concerts from a year, you've pretty much got it. So unless there's a particularly special concert or there's a very rare song, then I stop buying them. I don't understand why there's some of them at the price they are. It just doesn't seem justified to me. But the making of books and the session sets are fantastic. I would like more of the making of books, but they're just affording them, that's the problem. So I've got That's the Way It Is. I've got On Tour, King Creole, and Blue Hawaii. Do you have Burbank 68 on CD? Burbank 68. Was that the recent one? If it's that recent one, I don't have it on CD, but I do have it on vinyl. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Which I might know where it is. Correctly. Which obviously I'm not, because it's not there. Maybe I'll put it with all the 68 special discs. Should be around here somewhere. I'm not sure if that's the one you're on. Right, where do they get to? Come a time for older fans, what happens with their collections? Yep, that's a question we all wonder. Oops. Just check. Yep. Okay. Right, where did I get to? John, hello. Australia's waking up. Just checking eBay, make sure my payment went through. Yep. Whew. Samuel Wood as Elvis, just got in from a gig. Collections. Oh, thank you. Burbank 68 was one of the first. Oh, are you on about the bootlegs? The two double albums? Let me look it up. I don't always remember because there are so many versions of things. Ah, right, the FTD. Sorry, I completely misunderstood. So Samuel, you were performing, were you? 68 Burbank. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when it first started, I started getting them through the fan club. It was very exciting when they were announced. Oh dear. So John, have you just woken up then? I assume it's morning in Australia. Well, thanks for coming in from Austria. It's obviously even earlier in the morning in Austria. So hopefully see you again. And thanks for joining in. So John, do you want to come on and say hello? I've had people coming on. I've been on for over 6 hours now, and various people have come on to say hello, so it's open to anyone if they want to. I shall have a very long lie-in the morning. I can't remember where it was that I stopped with the FTD CDs. I've got all the early stuff. I'll have to check one day and see exactly where the gap starts. I've picked up a few others just because I saw them cheap, but I don't really see any point in trying to complete it. I started going back to like the very early CDs to pick those up. Especially UK and European, because they're easy to find. Rob, Jesus, do you have no bed to go to? Well, this is the problem, you see, that just when I think I should stop, other countries wake up and people join in. So you have to give them a chance. So we've got the world's very first Elvis CDs, which was this set, released in the UK. And I remember it was even in the newspapers at the time. First time Elvis would ever appear on a CD. It was a limited edition set. They are numbered. This is number 336. And you get a certificate, 3 CDs. And then there was some controversy because, of course, they sold out quite quickly. I just happened to walk into a record shop here in Cheltenham and see it on the wall. So I grabbed it. I didn't even have a CD player at the time. And then, of course, there was a lot of demand for it. And then this appeared. Now, this was done by another part of RCA. And the people who did the gold set were very unhappy because they weren't asked and they weren't told it would be done. So you can find a silver set. Now, sometimes the silver set is sold with the misinformation that it's the first ever Elvis CD set. Not true. The gold box is the first ever Elvis CDs. The CDs themselves were also then released individually. It's a TCB since 73-a-thon. Well, Adam challenged me to do a 24-hour stream. So if you come back in about 6 hours and you see me flat out on the desk like that, but with the stream still going, you'll know what's happened. Still 17 people watching. So I think I now have all the CDs that were released in the first year. And I think I've also got all the CDs that were released in the second year. I really must go through them and put them into some sort of order. Do you remember the early fears that CDs would deteriorate? Yep. Yeah, I remember those stories. I can't say I've ever had that happen. I don't know if it does. That was probably the vinyl manufacturers who put that out. I did once, it wasn't an Elvis CD, I did once have a CD that shattered in the player. So I assume it must have had a crack or something in it. Mark, it's not Elvis, but has anyone got a CD from 1982? Does anyone have a CD that came out in 1982? What were the first CDs? I don't know. If anybody's got one, it's going to be John. John, your moment to shine has come. Wake up. Where are you? We need a CD that came out in 1982. I'm sure everybody watches his channel. He's basically got a house full of CDs. You found one in a charity shop. What was it? Quick look. Don McLean. Also purchased the 50 CD original Elvis Presley box set when it came out in Belgium in '96. Is that the long box? Yeah. John's never had any experience with disc rot in Australia. So is it a thing? So the question was asked, has anybody got a CD from 1982 when they first came out? And I thought, well, if anybody has, you must have. I once saw on eBay one of those long boxes empty being sold. I regret not buying it because, of course, you can pick up the individual CDs, sometimes quite cheaply. And thinking back, I should have bought that and then just picked up the CDs over time. John thinks it's a myth. Some people tell him to sell his CDs before the music vanishes. I do have a couple of West German CDs from '82 and '83. All right. So I wonder which country the first ones were actually produced in. Some of the early FTD have disc rot. Adam was speaking on the Elvis forum. I always put CDs in binders. Well, I haven't played my FTD CDs for a long time, my early ones. I'll have to give some a go and see what they're like. Though there would have to be, surely there would have to be some sort of chemical reaction. So what would it be? Can't think what process could take place. I can understand like mechanical strain from the spinning of the disc, which is why I assume the one shattered that time. What chemical process could take place that would cause the disc to degrade? First commercial CDs were released in Japan, including Billy Joel's 52nd Street. Alright, so it had to be the Japs. Don't have many Japanese CDs, but oddly, I do have one, which is Elvis Live in Memphis. And I went into a record shop, saw it on the wall, so I got it and bought it. And it was only when I got out of the shop I realised it was the Japanese. It was a Japanese one. It wasn't sold as, you know, being anything special. But, I don't remember it being any more expensive. I can't remember. I don't think it had an OB on it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so that was on the wall. And it was only when I got home. Let's see if you can see. Probably not. But anyway, there's Japanese. No. You might be able to see there. Japanese, there you go. Of course, the so that was unexpected. Oh, CDs are coming back. I wasn't aware that CDs had gone. I thought they were still selling. Can be a variety as chemical reaction, though he's still the discs, manufacturing processes, etc. All right. I worked for 17 years in thermoplastic injection molding. That was my trade before I escaped into something I actually like doing. I know we have to be very careful with moisture in the plastic and processing temperatures and setting how quickly you set the material, because that could lead to fragility in the future. So maybe it's a similar thing. But if it was, I would expect it to be in the very early CDs, but for them to have sorted the problem out. So I wonder if that's the case. I wonder if later CDs don't suffer from this problem. We're down to 17. People are dropping off, probably falling asleep at the desk. Maybe I'll have to try my 1984 was the first Elvis CD, so maybe I'll have to try some of them and see if there's any problem with any of them. If I can remember which ones are the early ones. So 6 hours 21. So 6.5 might be the time, unless lots of new people turn up who want to have a go. and I have to try and get into bed without waking my wife up. Or she will complain very loudly. Maybe I should just sit here all night. You can sample the Elvis 3 CD box set in the gold packaging that we bought. Sample the Elvis 3 CD box set in the gold packaging. Yeah. No, I will. I'll give it a go. See if it still works. I think we would have heard if there was a problem with it. I'm sure people would have been complaining. I mean, it's possible that at some manufacturing plant at some particular time, somebody got something wrong, and so a range of discs were produced that do have a problem, and then the story gets out, but it only actually applies to a limited amount of discs. I suppose I should sort my CDs into chronological order. That would make sense. Keep all the original released ones in one part. I got all the Camdens separate, all the FTDs in one section. I do have all the Christmas ones in another section. But then everything else is pretty jumbled up. I don't know how John copes with his collection. Do you have Elvis golden records with the red background? Do you mean the UK vinyl with the red label? I've had some problems with CDRs, but I expect that from a burned disc. Yeah, they are going to be different. You're talking about the Red Seal label? I think where am I? I think all the Gold Records albums are on the shelf up there. I've got the original UK with the red label and variations of that, if that's the one you mean. .27, so 3 minutes. I think we'll have to call it. That'll be 6.5 hours. My eyes are starting to glaze over. I think I shall have to get into the shower. So, well, it's been, the cover has a red background. Tom's still here but dozed off. I don't blame you. The cover has a red background. I shall have to look because I struggle to remember. Let me look. Are you talking about a specific version of it? Because I've got a lot of copies of Gold Records Volume 1. Is there a specific one you mean? Let me bring up my list. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Right, I've got 12 different copies of Gold Records Volume 1. Is there a specific one you mean? Let's see. I think they're up here. I mean, that's the album, but I've got 12 different versions of it. So I wasn't sure if you meant a specific version or just the album in general. Let me see if I can. You get later electronically reprocessed stereo. And there are various versions of it with pictures in the center and Japanese. And there's a Japanese repressing of it, a completely different cover. So I have the album, but I wasn't sure if you meant a specific CD had a red background. Ah, we're talking CD. Let me have a look, I don't remember. It's difficult sometimes because somebody knows what they mean. the CD itself had a red background. Is that what that means? I'm still a bit confused as to what. Let me have a look. CD. They're probably all together, if I can see one of them. I don't know where they are. More CDs up here. I haven't tried to make a list of the CDs yet. I'm not sure where the gold record CDs are. I know they're all together. I'll have to find them. I'm not sure. It's just plain red with Elvis on the cover. Honestly, can't remember. As far as I remember, I'll just have a standard whatever came out first. But I'll have to. Oh, it's an LP. Oh, you mean the German one? Where it's red with just his face. German 1982. Right, I think I know which one you mean, right? I know I've got a German. I can't remember offhand which one it is. I think somebody just did a modern re-release of it, didn't they? That cover. Difficult to pull these out individually. I know I've got a German, but which German one it is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure without actually pulling them all out and going through them. I do have a German one listed. I'll have to look, go through them and just see. I think there is a modern version of it quite recently. Blimey, where did those 7 minutes go? 6:37. Thanks, and I will. Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, I will have a look. I'd be surprised if I haven't seen it, but I don't have any memory of it. So I'll check it out. Thanks for contributing tonight, and see you next time. So 6 hours 38. And it's now 1:38 in the morning. I'm just glad I'm on holiday. This will give Adam a chuckle when he wakes up and see how long it went for. So has anybody else got anything they want to talk about? Oh, I wonder if the cat's still out the front. She'll be annoyed when I open the door. You can tell when she's annoyed. She runs through going all the way through. You left me outside. Okay, I think that's it then. Everybody's talked out. Could you repeat everything you said since 5 hours ago? Oh dear. I wouldn't have a clue what I said. But it's been lots of fun. We've enjoyed having people on. So we'll do it again, and again, and again, and again. So anybody that didn't come on, think about it for next time. It's been nice to meet you on screen and have a chat. So I'm gonna get under the shower and then try and sneak into bed without waking my wife up. Just a quick question, do you collect Elvis collectibles? I don't really. If I see something that I particularly like, then I'll buy it. But I can't afford all this and collectibles as well. So I'll stick to the music. But if I saw something I really liked that wasn't ridiculously expensive, then I would buy it. I have actually looked recently at the Elvis radio, which I used to have when I was young, which is absolutely awful, but it has a lot of memories. And you can buy them. So I thought, should I get one just for the memory of owning it? It's pretty horrible. I don't know if anybody else ever had one. Let me have a quick look. Aha, there you go, straight away. And it's the exact one I had. Let me get a picture of it. So I was probably bought it as a birthday present or a Christmas present when I was young. And it did actually come in handy at one point. I'll explain why when you see it. Thanks, Harold. Now, I have to warn you, it's pretty horrible. Did anybody else have one of these? There are different versions of it, but that's exactly the one that I had. Any resemblance to Elvis is purely coincidental. But where it came in handy is you could take Elvis off, and there was a little socket for earphones. So I would put this on the inside of my school blazer, and then I would run the earphone cable up my sleeve to come out at my cuff, and I would sit at my desk like that with the earphone in, and I would listen to the Test cricket. And then any time there was a wicket, I had to let the people around me know, the wicket's fallen. So that's where that actually came in handy. But it vanished many years ago. And I have looked on eBay. You can pick them up. And I keep thinking, should I get one? It's horrible, it's awful. But I have these memories of it from my school days of having one. So Mark had one. Elvin had something similar. Funny, isn't it? How we all have the same sort of experiences, and so I might get one just for a laugh. But other than that, I haven't really bought much. But something like that, when I saw that, I thought, oh, I really like that, I'm going to get that. It's metal. Nipper. Oh, and Harold had one as well. It seemed we all had one. Maybe I'll have to get one. Right, so I'll say good night to everyone then. Thank you all for taking part and for sticking with me this long. Nice to meet Tom on camera. Hopefully more of you will try it next time. So Harold had two, blimey. How about that? A collection of them with all the different outfits that they wore. John loves Test cricket. Yep, Test cricket's my thing. I don't know why Gus Atkinson isn't playing. I think he was injured. I'm not sure if he's back up to strain. But the tests have been very good, so we'll see what happens next. Well, thanks, Mark, Elvin, Harold, John, those who watch in silence, who next time can at least say hello so I know you're there. So hopefully see you all next time. Now I am off to shower and to bed. Bye for now. Dean, hello and goodbye. I hope you haven't just arrived. Bye then.